of Papua New Guinea, Chief Mona, Honorable James Marape, co-host for the National House Cry, the Honorable Jiwaka Governor for NCD, leading the contingent from Western Highlands representing the 4 districts, Immigration Minister and Member for Day, Honorable Wesley Nukuns, State Enterprise Minister and Member for Hagen, Honorable William Duma, Correctional Services Minister and Member for Tambul Nebilia, Win Dakri. Take note also, the Honorable Member for Mulbaya, Koi Trape, and the Honorable Governor for Western Highlands, Honorable Pius Swinty. We take this time to welcome the contingent from Western Highlands Province into the Sejongai's Indoor Complex, the official national house cry for the late Grand Chief. We also welcome members of the contingent, unfortunately unable, due to the limited seating spaces that we have in, and are currently watching outside at the indoor complex via screens and under tents and chairs provided by the organizing committee. We warmly welcome you this evening. We extend our welcome also to the wider audience throughout Papua New Guinea, watching via live stream on EMTV Online, along with Loop PNG, and those listening in as well on live broadcast on FM 100 and NBC Radio as well, and also a wider audience throughout the world watching and paying tribute through these different mediums mentioned. Good evening. I'm your Master of Ceremony for this evening. With great humility, my name is Callaghan Tanda. At this point in time, let me acknowledge Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, Chief Mona to the House Cry, the National House Cry, Honorable James Marape, the NCD Governor, and co-host for the National House Cry, the Honorable Pius Swinty. Let me also acknowledge the Governor for Jiwaka Province, Honourable Alan Bird, also the Honourable Patrick Pruich, Parliamentary Leader of the National Alliance Party, acknowledging other Members of Parliament, Immigration Minister, Member for Day, Honourable Wesley Nukuns, State Enterprise Minister and Member for Hagen, Honourable William Duma, Correctional Service Minister and the Member for Tambul Nibile, Honourable Win Bakri Daki, noting also Thomas Neggins, former Tambul Nibile MP, Gabriel Pepson, Senior Public Servant Representative, also Joyce Grant, National Alliance Party Secretary and Public Officer. In commencing this program, I would now like to call upon the stage to open with a word of prayer. Deacon Kaime Kipi from the EBC Church, Papua New Guinea. Pardon me, we shall move on with the program. As per tributes that were done, I'd like to now have a tribute video played, compiled by Jerry Albaniel in memory of the late Grand Chief, Right Honourable Sir Michael Thomas Somare. Many thanks to Gerald Beniel for that moving tribute. To open this proceedings with a word of prayer, I invite now former Mulbai MP, the opposition whip from 1968 to 1977, Jiwaka Kambipi.
You mean better? Big belong God. God is stop all time. God triune God, God Papa, begin the Holy Spirit. Today along this planned day, we blow Western Highlands Jiwaka. Come cry one them. Let Michael Chamari and the family. Papa God, long heaven, you look long me finish. Now me give him glory now honor and big name to you. This block crowd, Papa God. Me bla little have him name to you, Papa. Beginning Jesus and the Holy Spirit. Jesus Christ, you being use him in this blood. Honorable man, money you righteous along. Find him in this black country. Papa God. Me bla them you because you use him as a tool to bring Papua New Guinea to independence. Now I'm being play along. 17 years of Prime Minister. Now 46 years of Parliament. Politics. Me bla talk thank you to you. Papa God, you been using this special instrument. I'm a person blow you. Picking and blow you use him now. Bring him this young nation, he come on top of the now. Papa, me give him honor and glory, long. God Papa and God beginning, God Holy Spirit. Now, Papa, me blessing him long, walk blow him. Now, first, me bless, let him have him nine blow you. Nine blow you, him glorified. Nine blow you, honored, because you been using let summary. Long bring him this play. Young black country come now long, 2021. Glory and honor and big name to you in Jesus Christ. Your name be praised forever. Jesus' name be better. Amen.
Thank you very much, Jiwaka Kambipi. I would now like to turn over the podium and invite up on stage co-host of the National House Cry, Governor for NCD, Honorable Powers Pakop.
Good evening, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all our people listening in the entire length of our country via live stream on TV, radio, and social media, different platforms. On behalf of Chief Mona, my co-host, Prime Minister, Honorable James Marape, I would like to welcome the delegation from the Western Highlands Province, led by Governor Honorable Pius Wingti, accompanied by all the other members of Parliament from the Western Highlands, specifically Honorable William Duma, Member for Hagen, Minister for State Enterprise, Honorable Win Bakri, Member for Tambul Nabilia, Minister for CIS, Honorable Wesley Nungits, Member for Day, Minister for Immigration, other distinguished members of our community from Western Highlands, especially those of you who have traveled from Western Highlands to come here for this national historical event. The House Cry, National House Cry, to pay tribute to a great man, champion of our country. I'd like to at the same time to welcome the delegation from Jiwaka. Although they are still outside, but they will be part of our program this evening. So equally, on behalf of Prime Minister and myself, I want to equally welcome them to this National House Cry. The delegation led by their Governor, Honorable Dr. William Tongab. They will be supported by other dignitaries and personalities from the community from Jiwaka, both coming from the province and here in Port Moresby, including Mr. Simon Kaiwi, who is a former president of the National Alliance Party. Other distinguished members of their community are here too and will speak to give tribute, salutation to Grand Chief. I want to also acknowledge tonight to Governor Alan Bed and Member for Aitapelumi, Honorable Patrick Purites, both representing the family of Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare, and also representing our people of both East and West Civic. In the course of this 1 week, we have seen great sense of unity, a lot of salutation, great tributes, lamentation, all for one man. This one man, Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare, gave all his entire life to our country. And he deserves all these accolades, salutation, and tributes. A great sense of unity has been shown by all the regions and the provinces. This is an attribute or goal that Grand Chief wanted for our people and our country. And at this time, it is great to see our people coming together. Even in his death, he keeps on uniting us. This whole week, in the length and breadth of our country, this one man has stopped the entire nation. From West Civic to the end of our country in Rossel Island or in Milne Bay Province, all the way to Daru in Western Province, from Kasampas all the way to Pogera, Lake Kupiago, how people have come and stopped and come out to mourn, give tribute, accolades to this one man. it's very fitting. Without him, believing in ourselves, believing that these 1,000 tribes can merge together and become one nation, we probably won't be here where we are now. The nation deserves to stop and give him the salutation and tributes that he deserves. Last night we had great lamenting, powerful words, powerful tributes from the provinces of Eastern Highlands and Simbu. Even great ideas about how to truly and really keep the memory and its vision alive. The national government, as we all know, has pledged to build a monument up at Independence Hill in his honor. Also support the family to build a museum in Wewak. Also to build a park in his name, the Peace and Unity Park here in Port Moresby, so we never forget our journey from a humble beginning in 72, 73, 75. Last night to the delegation and Governor Peter Numu suggested to the Eastern Highlands will be committing itself to pursuing one of Grand Chief's vision, which is to get Papua New Guinea to be economically independent. And they pledged to plant 700 trees, especially economic trees, on the burial of Grand Chief, perhaps this coming weekend. Great ideas, great plans. Streaming on social media platform too, there is a suggestion too, that we should plant trees under the campaign called Sana Trees in honor of Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas SOMARE. On the recognition that this one man not only defined our country and our people, but had an impact in the world too. Today, as the world focuses on the climate emergency to deal with the impact of climatic change, Grand Chief also has a big impact in that respect, coming up with the Coalition of Rainforest Nations. These are many great ideas that we should all think about and put forward so that though he's gone physically, his memory, his vision, his values, his ideas and plans remain, because they are very, very important to our nation and our people and to the world. Tonight, Prime Minister and I and all the others here, your host, and our people in the length and breadth of our country and right around the world too, look forward to Governor Pius Ringti and your delegate from Western Highlands, salutation, tributes, accolades, and equal ideas too about how we're going to really, truly honor this man. Will it be only a 2-week thing? How are we going to come and pay respect in this 2 week, mourn, salutation, and when the body is gone to Wewak, we move on? Or are we going to make real commitment? We look forward to the ideas too, and I'm sure great salutation and tributes will come from our delegation from Jiwaka too. And for the rest of this coming week, it will be great, another great week of sign of unity, great, powerful salutation and tributes. Grand Chief deserve all the salutation. But the challenge, I believe, from all of us is how we keep his memory alive so that this Quilla tree that has lifted us up to now keep on helping us to achieve that dream that he had and we are all part of. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We look forward to your presentation tonight. And I now invite the delegation from Western Province to come, Western Highlands, pardon me, to take the podium as soon as the MC invite you all. Thank you and good night, everyone.
Thank you very much for the welcoming address. Co-host to the National House Cry, Honorable Paus Pakov, Governor for NCD. At this point, let me also acknowledge this evening the Governor for Western Highlands, Honorable Paus Winty, who shared a long history with the late Grand Chief in politics, as well as personal. Also acknowledging the member for Mulbaya, Honorable Koi Trape. From the family of the late Grand Chief, let me also acknowledge the late Grand Chief's granddaughters, Jessica, the daughter of Dalciana, and Posse, daughter of Junior Michael Somare, both here this evening. Let me also please remind our mourners in attendance, both within the St. John Gaizindo complex and those outside watching through the screens, please at all times have your mask on, maintain social distancing and all other COVID-19 protocols for this state event. I would now like to call up on stage representing the family of Grand Chief, Right Honorable Michael Thomas Somare, the member for Aitabelumi, parliamentary leader of the National Alliance Party, who took over from Grand Chief Sir Michael in 2012, the Honorable Patrick Pruich.
Good evening, everyone. Prime Minister, the Honorable James Marabe, our Chief Mourner, the co-host of this House Cry, the Honorable Paus Pakov, Governor of NCD. Tonight we have the privilege of people of Western Highlands, led by their own governor, the Honorable Paus Winty, with several state ministers, former ministers, and I recognize two that comes to mind. The former member for Tambul Nebelia, Thomas Niggins, and former member for Mulbaya, Sani Rambi, who served as police minister in the Somare government from 2007 to 2012. Distinguished leaders of Western Highlands Province, and of course Jiwaka, who will be joining us later tonight in the program. And I say this again, that people of Western Highlands, people of Jiwaka, you have a special moment in history with Sir Michael. Particularly Jiwaka in recent times, that Sir Michael in his late years as Prime Minister was able to, using the processes of government, because there is a demand from Jiwaka Province in that the ultimatum was that no Jiwaka Province, no gas. So I remember Sir Michael then speaking to a few of us by saying that using the government process, make sure Jiwaka is part of this exercise in making sure that two provinces were created. So I'm sure that this memory will linger in the hearts and minds of our friends from Jiwaka. Again, the departure of Sir Michael indeed is a momentous occasion for our country. And I'm glad to learn and see and hear that right across our country, specific groups in small or big are able to meet together, particularly our people up the Highlands Highway, making makeshift of house cry, paying tribute to these great men. I am sure Sir Michael will be a very happiest man, because the country has that respect for him. Tonight, on behalf of Lady Veronica, children, Bertha, Sana, Arthur, Michael Jr., and Dalsina, on their behalf, I thank you, people of Western Highlands. I thank you, people of Jiwaka, for making this contribution, which is part of the celebration of his life, in attending this house cry. I am sure he is a happy man, knowing fully well that the rest of the country have been coming every night since the day of his passing to pay tribute to him and honor his contribution to the country. And of course, as Governor Pakop has said, the challenge for us is to pick up and move on, and making sure that the lessons that Sir Michael had and the experience that he has left behind us becomes a movement in itself in the drive towards better managing our country. Again, on behalf of the family, I thank you so much for being in attendance today, and I'm sure that there will be the final groups that will meet us, and finally, towards the end of the week, we will be taking Sir Michael to his resting place as per his will. And again, before I finish, let me once again acknowledge and thank Prime Minister James Marape for being so bold in taking those early decisions in supporting the family to take his bones to his home province, to his beautiful Jiwaka, so he can be rest peacefully. And we hope that by that decision and the fact that the national government has supported the idea of creating a museum in Jiwaka, it is all the better for Papua New Guineans to pay Sir Michael a visit, because he will be buried in Jiwaka, and it is more central for everyone to view his tomb. And of course, if you want to communicate I'm sure he will be able to, in his spirit, communicate with us. I thank you all once again for in participation, particularly the people of Western Highlands and Jiwaka. And on behalf of the family, I sincerely thank you for in attendance tonight. Thank you and God bless.
Representing the family of the late Grand Chief, Right Honourable Sir Michael SOMARE, Honourable Patrick Pruitt, Parliamentary Leader of the National Alliance Party, having succeeded the late Grand Chief in 2012, and Member for Aitape Lumi. At this juncture, we now commence the Western Highlands Province segment. For the purposes of this, I'd like to call up on stage to moderate for this segment the Minister for Immigrations and Member for Day Open, the Honourable Wesley Nukuns.
Good evening, everyone. Prime Minister of the Independent State of Papua New Guinea, Honorable James Marabe, Parliamentary Leader of Pangu Party, and Chief Mona. Acknowledge the presence of co-host of this House Cry, the Honorable Governor, Powers Pakup, Leader of Christian Democratic Party. I also acknowledge the presence on behalf of the Western Highlands delegation. I also acknowledge the presence of the Leader of the National Alliance Party, Honorable Patrick Pruitt. Acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Governor of ECPIC, Honorable Alan Bade, other members of Parliament, ministers and members of Parliament who are also seated here witnessing this House Cry tonight, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I stand here representing our governor, the Honorable Pius Winky, and the members of Parliament, led by Honorable William Duma, Minister for State on Enterprise and leader of the United Resource Party, the Honorable Win Daki, Minister for CIS and member for Tambul Nebula, Senior Koi Trape, member for Mulbaya, representing Western Highlands. We all gather here tonight in honor of our founding father, the late Grand Chief, who left us. Prime Minister, and to the immediate family, on behalf of the people of Western Highlands, we wish to extend our heartfelt condolences to the to Lady Veronica, Sana, Ata, Beta, Dulcie, and the other siblings. I will just introduce the leaders of Western Highlands. Because of the distance factor and cost, not all of us are able to present ourselves in this national house cry. But representing the people of Western Highlands, we have our Governor, Honorable Pius Winky, and all his PEC members who are also with us tonight. We have our former members of Parliament who are also with us. Governor Winky joined politics in 1977 when late SOMARE was the Prime Minister. During that time, politics with political parties was very strong. In the Omasi region and down in the coast, Pangu Party was very strong. Up in the islands, United Party was very strong. Winky, at that time, was a student at UPNG. Probably had made some arrangement with Sir Michael. Contested the elections, I understand, as pro-Pangu, because United Party was very strong up there. If he contested under United Party, definitely would have lost. He had some arrangement with Sir Michael. He won the election, came, then joined him, and from then on, up till now, they've been together. Minister Duma, he joined politics in 2002. Grand Chief was a Prime Minister. Even though Duma was the first-time MP, Grand Chief did not have any reservations. He appointed Duma as a minister, a first-time MP, a minister. I believe it was Environment and Conservation. From then on, Duma has been a minister all this time till now, representing the Agan Open. We also have our former Deputy Governor with us, Wairapa, is with us today, with Minister Duma representing the people of Agan Open. And we have our former governor with us, Tom Muga, is also with us today. We have our former members, former member for Day, Parwakuri, who has joined SOMARE from 1972 up till 77. And you all saw this gentleman who came up and prayed. His name is Tramya Kambipi. He's the former member for Kompiamen, Kompiamampum, Kompiamen Lumusa. He was elected into parliament 68 to 77. He was the United Whip 68 to 77. In his tribute, he will explain his interactions with late Grand Chief SOMARE. We have two former members with us. Former member for Mulbaya, Mr. Sani Rambi, who is a National Alliance man. Grand Chief also appointed him minister. We have a former member from Mulbaya, from Tambul Neblu with us, Thomas Negans. And we have our senior public servants with us, in the likes of Gabriel Pepsin, Secretary of Departments at various levels, Ambassador. And we have our current IRC Commissioner General, Sam Coim, and so many people, as you have all witnessed, from in the informal sector, the taxi drivers, the mothers who sell bill out on the road, sell cigarettes, the bus drivers, and everyone, including some businessmen, our public servants, all from Western Highlands, came out in big numbers today to give our final respect to Grand Chief in this National House Cry. I'm going to be calling up on certain speakers to come on the podium and speak. But before I call on others, I want to share with all of you my experience and my interactions with Grand Chief as a member of parliament. My first interaction with Grand Chief is when I got elected in 2012. You all know that all of us are allocated seats on the floor of parliament. And when you sit at the gallery, you will note that all the governors are seated right at the back seats. And then the members and ministers and prime minister in the inner seats. The Sergeant at Arms allocated me a seat in 2012. He put me at the back where the governor sits. And he put me between Grand Chief Peter Ibaras and Grand Chief SOMARE. He mistook me as a governor. For which province, I don't know. On my left was Grand Chief Peter Ibaras. On my right was Grand Chief SOMARE. Next to SOMARE was Julius Chen, Sir Julius Chen. And next to Sir Julius Chen was Pius Wingti. So, from 2012 to 2017, I had a very good relationship with Grand Chief because during every parliament session, I was seated right next to him. That was my interaction with him. I learned a lot from him, a lot of wisdom. At one time, I wanted to go and see the Sergeant at Arms, because I thought I was placed in the wrong seat of the governors. So I went and asked another member of parliament. I said, I think the Sergeant at Arms made a mistake to put me among the governors. So I'm seated between Grand Chief Ibutas and Grand Chief Somare. So I'll go and see the Sergeant at Arms to put me in an inner seat. And you know what the other member told me? He said, hey, you must seek Ed Blue here. I said, why? He said, if every one of the members of parliament were given an opportunity to decide where to sit, they would all want to sit next to Grand Chief Somare. So why do you want to forgo that opportunity and go and sit somewhere? No, I said, I'm not a governor. Why did they put me here? So that was my interaction with Grand Chief. So I had a very close association with him from 2012 to 2017. We were sitting next to each other, and I was privileged to sit next to all the former prime ministers. On my right was the Grand Chief, Somare. Next to Somare was Sir Julius Sen, and next to Sir Julius Sen was Governor Wingti. This is my first interaction with him. In 2013, I extended an invitation to all the former prime ministers, including Governor Wingti, Sir Julius Sen, and Grand Chief Somare. At that time, Peter O'Neill was the prime minister in 2013, to come to my district and launch some projects. Very fortunate. When I extended the invitation, all of them agreed to come. The day came that it was time for us to launch the projects, and I had a lot of questions in my mind, whether they were going to come or not. Because Sir Jay and Grand Chief Somare, because of their old age, I thought they would have reservations and would not come. The day came, and Governor Wingti rang me. They are coming. I was very excited. In 2013, I had the honor of hosting the 3 former prime ministers in my district: Governor Wingti, Sir Julius Chen, and Grand Chief, and the former Prime Minister, Peter O'Neill. Little did I know that the current Prime Minister was going to be the Prime Minister today. He also did come. There was rain, but he came. These are some moments that I'll hardly forget about Grand Chief. I asked Governor Wingti to tell Grand Chief if we can fly him because of his age. He rejected. And to get on a chopper to my district. So we all travel by road. I'm glad that he visited not only my district, but the people of Western Highlands, launched a lot of projects. These are some of the interactions that I had with the Grand Chief summary that I thought I should share with everyone tonight. With that, I will now call upon certain speakers, starting off with the former MP who joined Parliament together with late Grand Chief. I'll call upon Tramia Kambipi to come forward and give his tribute, give his speech. Tramia Kambipi. You can read him, huh?
Yes.
You can make him some.
Yes. Light. Me like a light. Good night. The Prime Minister, ministers, state ministers, leaders of the level, and the people of Papua New Guinea. I am Tramia Kambipi, 82 years old. Now, I was still a student in the CLC, Training College in Barnes. People elected me in the second House of Assembly, 1968, along with late Grand Chief Sir Michael Samare, with the other founding fathers in likes of St. Julius Son, Sir John Momes, and others. I served as a member in the House of Assembly from 1968 to 77, while the late Grand Chief, Sir Michael Thomas Samare, continued until 2017. Late Great Chief, you were one of the longest serving member of Parliament and the longest serving Prime Minister in the history of this country. So on behalf of my family and the people of Bayalumuza district and the people of Western Highlands, I express my deepest condolence to Lady Vrenica, the children, grandchildren, the people of East Civic and West Civic, for passing your dear husband, the father, the grandfather, your leader, and our hero, late Great Chief Sir Michael Thomas Samare. I sincerely shed my hot tears today as I describe this great leader who lies before us. This greatest chief is fitting as someone who is a true political warrior who fights for the independence of this country, who fought the fight with enthusiasm, who never gives up, who is visionary and serve the people with passion, who has people first than himself, who is brave through all acts. I pay homage to you, late Grand Chief. In 1972, the territory of Papua New Guinea, now the nation of Papua New Guinea, gained self-government. The late Grand Chief, Sir Michael Thomas SOMARE, was appointed the Chief Minister under the Pangu Party, coalition with the National Party and Papuan Besana. I was then the opposition whip under the United Party-led opposition. The United Party strongly opposed the idea of independence because we felt it was too early. As from 1972 and on until 1975, debate was intensified inside of the House Assembly. Finally, you won, dear late Grand Chief. My brother and my former colleague, I can still remember as a time we had an intensive debate regarding the independence for Papua New Guinea, and we ended up in exchanging fists in the House of Assembly. My former colleague, late Grand Chief, Sir Michael Thomas SOMARE, you fearless stand still, determined, and your people in heart. I came to realize now it was a divine will of God upon you. And with God, you have successfully achieved your dream by delivering an independence for the people of this beautiful country, Papua New Guinea. I salute you, champion. On the international front, late Grand Chief, relationship with Australia started way back then, when the Australian Labor Party led Prime Minister Gough Whitlam ready to grant independence to the territory of Papua New Guinea as the country of its own, now called Papua New Guinea. Thank you, late Great Chief. You were the master architect. Between 1972 and 75, there were significant changes took place under the leadership of Chief Minister, now late Great Chief. These include the drafting and finalizing of the Constitution of Papua New Guinea. 2. A flag of Papua New Guinea was designed. 3. A named territory of Papua New Guinea changed into Papua New Guinea now. 4. Finally, a new nation was born on 16th of September 1975. I honor you, late great chief. Late great chief, Sir Michael Thomas SOMARE, was truly chosen by God. You are someone who fear no one but God alone. You have made this nation to stand on its own 2 feet. You are the leader who had clean hands all through your political life. You have made a legacy in many difficult changes for this country. You are indeed enemy to none and friends to all. My dear former colleague and my hero, thank you so much for what you did for the people of this country called Papua New Guinea. To assure current leaders and the leaders to come, I assure of caliber of late Grand Chief Sir Michael T. SOMARE is what desire of you all. Have God as the fundamental in your leadership and rule with transparency and honesty. My God, direct your path as you maneuver into the future. Thank you, late great chief, for lasting, setting the face. With this, I sincerely pay homage and respect to you. Champion, your soul rest in peace for eternity. Thank you.
That was Tramia Kambipi. He was a member of parliament from 68 to 77 and had a lot of interactions with Grand Chief SOMARE. And you just heard him mentioning that he exchanged feast with him. He was the opposition whip for the United Party at that time. And he's a living history of some of the colleagues that joined parliament together with late Grand Chief SOMARE. They came to parliament together. And SOMARE wanted independence. And he went against getting, he thought it was too early because he was the opposition whip. He thought it was too early to get independence, and he went against Grand Chief SOMARE. And you just heard that they exchanged fist because SOMARE was not happy with him and went across and punched him. So they exchanged fist. I think if Sir Jay was here, he would confirm this. So he's one of the strongest politicians at that time. And unfortunately, around that time, we had this what you call Electoral Boundaries Commission. And they separated Lumusa with Baya to Mul, and Kombiang went back to Ambum, and he had no electorate to represent. So there was no electorate that he could contest for, because maybe because around that time he was so vocal that the government didn't want him to come back. So the electoral commission boundaries probably made sure that he didn't have elected to represent. That I don't know. So it so happened he ended up with no electorate. So he didn't want to contest Mulbaya, nor did he want to contest Kompiang Mambum. So he did not contest in the 1977 elections. So you just add from one of the colleagues of late Grand Chief SOMARE. I'll call upon another former member of parliament, former member for Tambul Nebula, Thomas Nickens, who served under SOMARE. And after Thomas Nickens would be former Governor Tom Mogla. So Tom Mogla, you get ready, and I call Thomas Nickens upon the podium.
Good evening, everyone. Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, Honorable Judge Marape, Governor for NCDC, Honorable Paus Pagop, Leader of National Alliance Party, Member for Ate Belumi, Patrick Puret, Governor for ACPIC, Alan Bird, all the Ministers of State, former members of Parliament, public servants, business leaders, people of Papua New Guinea. Tonight is a very special occasion where the whole country is mourning for great late Grand Michael Thomas Somare. And we from Western Highlands, tonight, we come to pay our homage, respect, and pay our condolences to late Grand Chief, to Lady Veronica, the children, and to people of ECPIC, with Alan Bird, and the people of Papua New Guinea, that we have lost the father of the nation, Grand Chief Michael Thomas Somare. I wanted to start off with my own personal interaction with Grand Chief. I was a student in University of Papua New Guinea in 1974 when I was doing first year. And that time was self-government time when Grand Chief was the Chief Minister of Papua New Guinea, getting ready for independence in 75. And at that time when I was at university, there was a big trouble fight in my area in Nebula with the Kugus and Ugus. And there were so many people being killed, properties being destroyed, and the whole valley was in total chaos. And I was only student from the whole of Tamil Nebula at that time at university. And I was thinking a lot to my people back at home. that so much destruction was happening and people were being killed. So I wanted to go and do something to stop this fight. But I was only a kid, a young man in school. And that time was a colonial time where it was very hard to get to a government. So I was troubling my mind, and then one evening a thought came to mind and said, you go and see Grand Chief, the Chief Minister of Papua New Guinea, Michael Thomas Somare. And I was thinking that he is a Chief Minister, leader of Papua New Guinea. How can a young man go and see him? It was troubling my mind. But then it gave me confidence that I have to go and see him to solve my problem back in the village. And that time, Rabbi Nemali was seconded from university to be his principal private secretary to get ready for independence. And he knew me at UNISO. I rang him up and I said, Rabbi, I want to come and see Grand Chief, the Chief Minister, but I'm really nervous and frightened. And he said, why do you want to see him? And I was telling him about the problem. And he said, oh, I know you can talk to him, come and see him. And I'll make an appointment for you tomorrow. I thought I was making a joke. Well, I was not serious, but when Rabbi Nemali said, I will make an appointment to come and see him, all of a sudden I got so nervous and I was counting stars and I was really, frightened. Why did I ask Rabbi Nemali, I thought? But I prayed all night that night and I gave me confidence. Next morning I went to see the Chief Minister of Papua New Guinea, Michael Thomas Somare. His office was at there called in Robu. There's a green building there. Michael Thomas Somare, when he was Chief Minister, that was his office. So I dropped down, I got in the bus, I went down there, and then as I was climbing the steps, I was counting stars, and my body was shaking, and my heartbeat was getting up, and I said, why did they come here? Why? And I made a silly decision to come and see him. I couldn't, climb up the stairs. I walked up the steps, and then I went to the office, and there was a lady, and I said, I want to see the Chief Minister. The lady looked at me, and he said, only big people come and see the Chief Minister. You're a young man, go back. You can't see the Chief Minister, she said. I said, no, I got an appointment to see the Chief Minister. She said, go back. So I wrote a note and said, is Rabbi Nemali in the office? And he said, yes, and I gave the note to him and go and give it to Rabbi Nemali. Rabbi came out and then he took me to see the Chief Minister. As I was walking to his office, I nearly crumpled and fell on the floor. And I was counting stars and I didn't know where I was going. As we led to his office, you know what the Chief Minister at that time did? Michael Thomas Somare. He left his chair, came out to the door, opened the door and was waiting for us. And as I was entering his office, he said, good morning, Pignini. Welcome, Emtok. These were the first words he said to me. Good morning, Pignini. Welcome. As soon as he said those words, I was a total peace. I was completely transformed. Totally transformed. I got all my strength back, and my eyes was clear, and I was not counting stars, and I was totally at peace. And then after he would go and sit on his armchair, but instead he came down where the coffee table was, the 4 small chairs. He asked Rabbi Nemali to sit on one side, and he asked me to pin his along up. And then he set himself on this side. That put me total peace. That shows what the great leader is Michael Thomas Somare was. That's Michael Thomas Somare. That's it taught me, and how it taught so many people in Papua New Guinea. That's the reason why he was sent by God to lead this country. I believe it. I had a personal interaction with him. It's my first experience with him. And then he said, Peter, you guys have what did you come here? He said it in Pidgin. Then I told him my story. I said, I am the student from university. My place is enabler. People are fighting. I wasn't going to do something, but I'm only a kid, so I have no power, no strength, no money to go. So I thought came to me to come and see you, so I came to see you. As soon as I saw those words, for 10 seconds, the Chief Minister looked at me, and the first words he told me was, he said, son, I am very proud of you. You will be leader of people one day. and you will come and run this country with me together. These were the first words he told me. The very first words he told me. Then he said, I am the Chief Minister of Papua New Guinea today. But soon we will get independence, and I will be the Prime Minister. And there are not many educated people in Papua New Guinea. We will have our own government, I will be the Prime Minister. I need young intellectual men to come and help me run this country. I now sit in this office, I see university, boys and girls. Most of you don't think about the people. You think you got an education and your mind is jumped out from the village. You think about people and come and see me, son, I'm very proud of you. Now I got the power, he said. Whenever you want to go to Hagen to solve problems, I will write to the district commissioner in Hagen, to the police commander, that they will do everything to help you. You want to get a ticket, you ring up David Molly and he'll get a ticket for you. And I'll tell the cops and everything to help you out. That shows what a powerful man he was. And genuine leader, a leader for the people of Papua New Guinea, chosen by God to lead this country, bring the independence. And that's how I solved the problem. He wrote to the district commissioner, and when I went to Hagen for the first time and got to my place, I told all the people from Ugubga to get together. And the cab from Nebula, the patrol officer from Nebula, went to the airport to pick me up and took me to Nebula, and the people could not believe that I was with the cab, and the cab was driving me. They couldn't believe it. They said, how can this young kid is with a cab? And that's how I solved the first travel fight in Ugubga and Kuga. I solved the fight. So that was my first interaction with Grand Chief when I was Chief Minister of Papua New Guinea. And then I contested the election in 1992 and I won the election. When I nominated the election, the Grand Chief said, son, I know you will come to Parliament. You help me to run this country together, he said. So from that onwards, I never lost hope. I was always with the Grand Chief. I was always with him. So that's my own personal interaction with the Grand Chief. But all of you, all of us, the last 1 week or 2 weeks, we have seen on the mass media, in the papers, that every Papua New Guinean, men, women, children, who've been touched by Grand Chief, they have all expressed their inner feelings with the loss of Grand Chief. With all this, as a colleague, the former member for Baya Lumsa Kompiambe said, and he has acknowledged it in front of all of us now, that Grand Chief was indeed chosen by God to lead this country to independence. To independence. Just imagine one moment. If the Grand Chief would not have got independence in 1975 for us, for Papua New Guinea, how would Papua New Guinea be today? Would we ever got independence? After 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, up until today. Will we ever get independence? None of us are sure whether we would have got independence or not under Australian rule. See what our princes are doing in Australia. They got no control. They got no rights to their own land. If the Prime Minister of Australia cannot pay an homage, an apology in the Australian Parliament, that shows how serious it is. Had Grand Chief Somare did not get the independence for us, where would PNC be today? See our fathers, our brothers across the border, the West Papua. They are struggling, bloodshed. New Caledonia. Where would PNC be today? So that goes to show that PNG is so lucky to have Grand Chief, chosen by Papa God, delivered to Papua New Guinea to bring independence to Papua New Guinea. So with this, I want to pay a special homage, and we must all thank Papa God in heaven. We have to acknowledge and thank Papa God in heaven for delivering Michael Thomas Somare to Papua New Guinea. He was specially chosen and sent to deliver independence to Papua New Guinea. This is something so unique, so powerful, so precious, so dignified. And we all heard that he was a fearless man. Michael Thomas Somare was a fearless young man and aggressive. A man of, great determination to get the independence for us. Those of us who've been around for a long time, we know that on our own land, Papua New Guinea cannot drink beer, cannot go to an hotel. On our own land. On our own land, we cannot drink beer, we cannot go to an hotel, we cannot go to, There are two classes of people, one for public, one for white men. This could have been the case today. This could have been the case today. Just think where PNC would be today if Grand Chief didn't deliver it for us. So, we are so blessed, so lucky that he has delivered independence to us. And one thing I want to mention tonight is the special leadership Grand Chief has delivered for Papua New Guinea at the global level in the world. And I was part of the team that delivered this project. There's a young man from Quebec, son of a missionary, Kevin Conrad, and Grand Chief, and Governor Paus Parker mentioned that tonight, on Papua New Guinea take the leadership role on climate change. We all know that the industrial nations pollute the air, and all the third world countries with their forests clean up the air in the atmosphere. They produce rubbish and we clean it up, and we don't get anything out of it. So, Grand Chief Michael Thomas Somare and Kevin Conrad, they introduced to the world climate change. On climate change, they call it RED+. That's a program where the industrial nations of the world must pay the third world countries to keep their forests standing. And the world must pay the third world countries for keeping the forest and not cut it down. That's RED+ program that we did. And among all the nations in the world, Grand Chief took it up to the international world climate change meetings. And it took us 6-7 years to get it through. It was in Copenhagen with Barack Obama as the president. The Grand Chief went there, presented, and they accepted it. Now Papua New Guinea can earn millions and billions from climate change with just one project that Grand Chief delivered for Papua New Guinea. And all the third world countries in the world will benefit from this project. I understand that Prime Minister Maraba's cabinet has endorsed all the technical legal issues on this RED+ program. And soon Papua New Guinea will start trading, carbon trading. We will start earning money from our trees. You don't cut a tree, you leave it there, then you'll get money for it. This is the vision, the work, the contribution that Grand Chief left behind with an everlasting legacy for his country and for all the third world countries. He was a founding chairman of the global Rainforest Coalition. I was with him all the way until we got it approved. And I'm the PNC director for the Rainforest Coalition. So he met with all the world leaders, and he got it through for us. And the other one is a tuna plant in Wewak that we delivered. So I was out of politics, but I was still with Grand Chief, assisting to deliver these projects. So now all of us, everyone in Papua New Guinea, is saying how great Grand Chief delivering everything for us. One thing I want to post tonight is to the young leaders in this country. Prime Minister, late Grand Chief Michael Thomas Somare has delivered politically independent for Papua New Guinea. So if we are serious about the legacy of Grand Chief Somare, the leaders of this country must plan out what's the next 10, 20 years to come for Papua New Guinea. Michael Thomas Somare did not go to university. The leaders in the past of Parakuri was there. No education. But they had the wisdom, and the country at heart to develop this country. They had a country at heart to deliver this country. Now, on this occasion, in my tribute to Grand Chief, as a former leader, I want to put a challenge to the young leaders of Papua New Guinea. Where you want to see Papua New Guinea in the next 20 years or 30 years? You as individual leaders of this country, where do you want to see the next 20 years for Papua New Guinea? Where do you want Papua New Guinea to end? Which level do you want Papua New Guinea to be at? We can say all the good things about Grand Chief, but in his memory, in his legacy, where do the leaders of the country is going to put Papua New Guinea in the next 20 years' time? That's a challenge. Papua New Guinea is the richest country in the world, with only 8 to 10 million, is a small population. 8 million is a small population. With the resources in this country, Papua New Guinea should be at a much higher, better level than now. So commemorate Grand Chief. Setting up the statue for Grand Chief. All these good things we can say. But I oppose it tonight that the young leaders of this country should post the next 20 years plan. Call it the Somare Legacy Economic Development Plan. Michael Thomas Somare's Economic Independent Plan. Draw it up, plan it, implement it, get the country forward. This is a challenge to the young leaders of this country. We should not be, having poverty, and this country is so rich. So rich. Yet we are poor, we are having problems. So my challenge tonight, in memory of late Grand Chief Michael Thomas Somare, the founder of this country, and he said it in his last words: young fellows, I built this country for you, now bring it and make it powerful. So tonight, my own personal contribution is that the politicians must draw up a Michael Thomas Somare economic independent plan and bring it forward and get this country to the next level. Thank you very much.
That was Thomas Nickins, former member for Tambul Nebula, said some of his experiences under the leadership of late Grand Chief SOMARE, and also some challenges that he is challenging the young leaders. The Western Highlanders are led by Honorable Governor Pius Winty. Unfortunately, he has reserved speeches in the two other occasions, one in Parliament and the other one at the national funeral. In his place, his son Nathan will speak because of his long family relations with the SOMARE family. But before I call upon Nathan Winty, I call upon the former governor of Western Highlands to come up to the podium and share a bit of his experience with Grand Chief SOMARE. I appeal to all the speakers, if you can shorten your timing. Tom Oga, former Governor of Western Highlands. He got elected as the National Alliance MP and served under SOMARE. Welcome, Tom Oga.
Thank you, Minister for Immigration, Moderator, Member for Day, Honorable Wesley Nugudi. Thank you. Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, Honorable James Marabe, Host Governor, Honorable Paus Pakop, Governor Alan Bird, Leader of the National Alliance Party, Honorable Patrick Purage, Members of Parliament, Ministers, public servants, professionals, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to join my leaders from Western Highlands, the Honorable Governor and former Prime Minister Pius Winty, Honorable Minister, Member for Akan Open, William Duma, Honorable Wesley Nugudi, Honorable Minister Daki, Member for Mulbaya, Kotrape, and my former colleague, former members, and also the people of Western Highlands living in Port Moresby, to pay tribute and respect of our founding father and the anchor of our country and a united force in this nation of many tribes. I had the privilege as the governor for Western Highlands from 2007 to 2012. I thought he was a very aggressive politician. And of course, our governor and former Prime Minister Pius Winty in the politics of this country, I managed to find myself comfortable with Grand Chief. And one of the things that when I first became the governor of Western Highlands, I had political parties and members of, leaders of political parties, they wanted me to join them. And I said to them when they approached me, and I said, well, all of you have been raised by SOMARE, so I was a baby that was born 1975, that the country got independence. So I think I have the privilege to be a member of parliament when our founding father is still alive, so I think it's better for me to join in and learn some. tricks about politics, about nation building, about vision, about leadership. I know many of our Papua New Guineans, friends, both here and overseas, have paid the tribute. And I would like to join also to pass on behalf of my family, I want to pass my condolences to Lera Warenika, Ata, Sana, and the siblings, and also the government of Jiwaka and the people of Jiwaka Province at this time of mourning. It's because he was a warrior. He's a brave heart. He was a leader. And of course, he was a father. Not only father to the kids, but father to all of us. As I listen and as I see from these news feeds, he's been a great man, a great soul God has given us to unite these many tribes in this country. And I tell you, this is the most difficult country to run in this world. And I think our one of our former members from Western Highlands and former member for Bayalums and Kombiam, Tramba Kapibi, has given a fine tribute of what they've experienced in their time, as well as the former member for Tambul Neblia. And those are the experiences that I have when the country was getting independence. I was born in 1975, and I'm as old as the country, and still managed to come and been grateful to the people of Western Highlands that I had the privilege to join him at that time. And he did a couple of things that I want to say and say tonight. The first thing was that he was a man of vision, and he was a man of many courage, and he was like a father to all of us. When he talked to me when I was at the professional level as a politician, he was talking to me not as a politician, but he was talking to me as his own son. And one of the great things they've done is the Mandagan City Redevelopment Plan that's approved by his government, under the National Alliance government. And we have that's the one he said that when he approved in the NDC, he said that, son, Pekinini, this is the vision. And one kind of vision we've been got in 1960s. Also, we've got independence. We've got political independence, running country, we've got all. This is the vision you walk in blow. And this is the vision blow school man, blow Pekinini, blow Iblambai. This is the vision blow walking money long. This is all towns and cities. Now, white man, now not money come. But looks how also, you like school finish. You got this like one can survey also, all white man. Now, by you working good so that all Pekinini, only come now, all white man to come by looking place, blow you senis. Also, to put a start before and no 10 senis. So I was missed up long blood time lily, but me walking this fla. Plane by me go Karim go long civic na by or civic by medium na but good blind infrastructure na plane by stop long. Civic. Now I had the privilege of him launching this plane in Mandagan at Queen's Oval in 2010 for a 1.4 billion project. And that was because there was confidence in this country when he was the Prime Minister. And that's when we pulled off the LNG project. And I planned for this regional infrastructure so that the future revenue can be locked in for regional infrastructure projects. And he have seen that. He was not a well-educated man, but he was a very wise man and very knowledgeable and very experienced, so he knew what this vision was, and that was for the benefit of the people. That was my experience with him. And more so on the political independence of the state of Papua New Guinea, that Grand Chief and so many of our forefathers that has been fought hard with the courage to get political independence. Also, it was more so in a blessing that when he became the Prime Minister in 2002 for the last time up to 2011, it was more fitting that they gave us this PNG LLG project. With no political confidence, with no leadership confidence, this kind of investment wouldn't have happened without Grand Chief being the Prime Minister. And that is the start of our, the current Prime Minister's Take Back policy, that we're looking to take back Papua New Guinea through economic independence. And I think he has set the stage and set the platform that's a challenge to all of us leaders in this country. And going forward, I think he is the man that in this House Krai, National House Krai, and the rest of the country is facing, he's moved the nation as united leaders. He's united all Papua New Guineans together, and that's what he wanted. And I think that's a good thing that now it's gone down. There's a good seed, and we'll see things coming up for whatever plans God has and whatever we have as people of this country and as leaders. I think the Grand Chief SOMARE has set the standard, set the stage, provided the leadership, and is the role model. And maybe not be perfect, but it's the best role model, and as a father of this nation has produced. And I take this privilege on this podium to pay tribute and respect. Grand Chief, you're the champion. There's more generation to come. You will still rule by the graves in 1,000 years' time. God bless. Good night.
That was Tomoga, former governor of Western Highlands, who served under SOMARE. I'll call upon one of our senior public servants who served in various capacities as department head and also served in the overseas mission as ambassador of the country, who was appointed by the SOMARE government at certain capacities. So I call upon Gabriel Pepson.
The Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, Honorable James Marape, the Chief Mona, and co-host, Governor for National Capital District, Honorable Paulus Pakop. I acknowledge the presence of the ministers and members of Parliament with us here tonight. I also acknowledge the Governor for ECPIC, Honorable Alan Bird, and former Minister for Foreign Affairs, Member for Itape Lumi and leader of National Alliance, Honorable Patrick Proides. I would like to say this to the family of Grand Chief Michael Somare. Mama Lady Veronica, Mother of the Nation, Sana, Betha, Arthur, Dulcie, Michael Jr., and the people of the Murik Lakes and Isipi. On behalf of current and former public servants and professionals from Western Highlands Province, I would like to express to you our deep condolences at the passing of this great giant of a man, our role model in the public service as well, because he taught at one of our community schools in Western Highlands Province, Rugli Primary School as it was called then. We mourn with you at the great loss of our father. Words cannot express what we feel and also what the nation feels at this moment with the loss of our father. A deep sense of emptiness and void is within the hearts of all Papua New Guineans at this time. I first met this man called Michael Thomas Somare in high school when I was doing, during those times, Form 1 or grade 7 today, in 1971 at Mount Hagen High School. Grand Chief and a group of members of the then House of Assembly were making their tour all over Papua New Guinea. And they were telling the people what self-government and independence would mean for us when it comes. Although I did not understand much of it, I was still very happy to see this man I've heard so much about, Michael Somare. He was accompanied by others in the likes of Sir Peter Luz, Ruben Taureka, Ebio Lewale, Donatus Mola, Father John Momis, Boyamo Sali. I remember him because he was the youngest in the group. My direct contact with Grand Chief was in 1989 when I joined his delegation to go to Europe to attend the ACP EU Ministerial Council meetings in Belgium at that time, the capital of the European Union. He was then the Minister for Foreign Affairs, and the ambassador in Brussels at that time was Sir Brown Bai. That was also my first time to see Betha Somare, who came over from France to see her dad in Brussels. After the meetings in Brussels, the Grand Chief's delegation was to travel to Israel to sign a bilateral agreement with the government of Israel. And for that delegation, I was not included. That we realized when we were in Brussels. So the Grand Chief asked, why is it that I was not included in the delegation? And he found out soon that the Department of Foreign Affairs at that time did not inform my office properly about this next sector of the trip. So he got so upset with the senior officer from the Foreign Affairs Department who traveled with us. And that officer happened to be from Isipik as well. But the Grand Chief was so bitter about why I was not informed to travel with this delegation to Israel. That small incident, him getting on very bitterly against this particular officer, and he was a senior officer, from CPIC, left something in me. So small as it is, but it left something in me that for the Grand Chief, it doesn't matter where you come from, who you are. We are all his children, and we must all be treated equally. That was the Somare I knew. Later, as I progressed in my career as head of the Office of International Development Assistance, or OIDA it was known then, I traveled with the Grand Chief to so many international meetings and conferences. And little did I know at that time that I would one day be serving as Papua New Guinea's ambassador in Brussels. And I was appointed as ambassador under the Chen government in 1995. I served for more than 8 years in Brussels, but was recalled by the Somare government in 2003 when I was appointed as Secretary for Foreign Affairs and Trade. I served in that post under the Somare government for 7 years before I left the public service in 2010. My last trip overseas with the Grand Chief was in 2010. That same year I left the public service, when he was the Prime Minister, and we traveled to Accra, Ghana in Africa, to attend the ACP heads of government meeting there. The ACP group of countries basically represents the countries of Africa, Caribbean, and the Pacific, who are former colonies of European countries, particularly Western Europe. So after a very long, tiring trip from Singapore to Abu Dhabi in the Middle East, I was having coffee with the Grand Chief at the Transit Lounge when he asked me whether the then Minister for Foreign Affairs, Sam Abal, had spoken to me about me moving to his department as Chief Secretary. He said Minister Abal was to report back to him in 3 weeks, but he had not done so. I told him that Minister Abal did talk to me about it, but I wasn't so sure whether the minister heard him correctly, because after serving 7 years in Foreign Affairs as the Secretary, my term was not renewed, and therefore I wasn't sure whether Minister Sam Abal heard him correctly. And I told him that the reason why he didn't get back to you is because I did not get back to him. And I told him then, in Abu Dhabi, that since I have now heard it from him, from the horse's mouth, I will apply when the position is advertised. He assured me then that I would be appointed. Unfortunately, the Grand Chief fell ill, and he went to Singapore, a hospital, and my term as Secretary for Foreign Affairs expired, so I left the public service. I would have loved to serve him as his Chief Secretary, but unfortunately couldn't because of the events that unfolded later while he was in hospital. I did, therefore, not serve under him in that capacity, nor in that capacity to the country. I saw that Grand Chief Sir Michael Somare was a very genuine man. He was a honest leader, and he was the true father of the nation for everybody. In Grand Chief's honor, at this time of his passing, I would like to urge the next generation of young leaders to not speak negatively about the leaders of the past, because that also includes the Great Chief, as far as so many people are concerned in this nation. You never traveled the difficult and rugged paths that Grand Chief traveled. So my plea to the next generation of leaders is, please respect the former leaders and appreciate the generation that did so much for this nation. That generation of Grand Chief Sir Michael Somare and others knew no corruption, saw no corruption, this deadly cancer that is fast destroying this nation. They were my heroes. Grand Chief Sir Michael would tell me many times, and he said, Pepson, my generation of leaders did not have university degrees like you and you guys today. But my team of uneducated and semi-educated leaders had one purpose only, and that was to serve the people and the country with pure hearts, and that's exactly what we have done, he would tell me. And then he would also say, now you playa, educated leaders of today, you play using tripla, sabe blow you play long steel tasol. He would say that all the time to me. I could see and feel the father's genuine concern for his children, the people of Papua New Guinea. And now, I was so sad, and he was so sad to see a nation that he and his colleagues then, his team then, painfully built, sweated, put their lives on the line to build, was being ravaged by the next generation. I wish that that heavy burden that he had, and I knew that he had it, was lifted from him when he departed. He probably was more troubled then when he left because of the situation that we are confronted in with today than when he told me what he did in 2004 and many times thereafter. Representing the professionals from Western Highlands Province and the next generation of leaders of this country, you referred to, Sir Grand Chief, I say to you, as you are resting now, we are sorry for taking the nation in the way you never intended it to be. To all the next generation of leaders, I say this. Grand Chief may have departed with a heavy heart because of what is happening in this country these days, especially in the area of corruption and good governance. The challenge for us leaders of today is to ask ourselves, what can I do personally to fight this cancer of corruption and restore it and to take the country back to where Grand Chief Somare and his team of uneducated, unsophisticated did and gave this country to us free. I would also like to share another dramatic experience that I had with the Grand Chief. As many of you may recall, in 2004, there was a heated discussion and debate about the Enhanced Cooperation Package, or the ECP, a package that was developed between the government of Papua New Guinea and Australia. And the Grand Chief was Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea then, and John Howard was the Prime Minister of Australia. They were two very hard men. And they were friends, but they disagreed on so many issues. And this was one of them, the Enhanced Cooperation Package. At that time, Sir Rabi Namali was the Foreign Minister, and I was the Secretary for Foreign Affairs. And we did our utmost to get these two great men together so that we agree on the issues, some aspects of the issues of the Enhanced Cooperation Package. But we did not really succeed, Sir Rabi and I. The ECP, or the Enhanced Cooperation Package, essentially covered the areas of rebuilding the institutions of government, which the Australians felt was not so robust as it should be. Apparently, some of us also, me included, and Sir Rabi, felt the same. So we were pursuing this agenda for this enhanced cooperation package to rebuild the institutions of government here in Papua New Guinea. The arrangement would have allowed Australians to work together with our institutions, like, for example, the police force, Justice Department, Finance and Planning departments, and several other key departments. And then for our officials in our departments to be seconded to Australia so that they would work with the Australians in Australia. We felt that it was important to not only restore the institutions of government, but we thought it would be useful to get our public servants to work in Australia so that they get a feel for work ethics, what it means to be committed to work. And the same was going to happen with Australians here, particularly to help us rebuild our institutions. And we thought that in doing so, we would, to some extent, try to attack this cancer of corruption. But Grand Chief at that time opposed it vigorously, and some of the members here of Parliament could attest to that. And not because he did not like the intent of the ECP. No, that wasn't it. But as a father of the nation, he did not want an outside influence in the running of this nation. That is simply why he never wanted the Australians to be here. So, because you see, he was coming from an age where he literally had to fight to gain independence, self-government and independence. And also, he was, and he would tell me many times, how he used to be mistreated by the Kiaps and other Australians who were here, and not only him, but so many other Papua New Guineans. So he said, no, I've had it with the Australians, I don't want them back. So that is the approach that he took at that time. He was so passionate about this issue to the extent that I saw, because I was in cabinet presenting this document, that so many ministers I found were very uncomfortable to say anything that was to the contrary of his views. And eventually, but the Grand Chief's concerns were legitimate. He did go through painful times some of us never went through. So that's the angle that he was coming from. So in one of my private meetings with the Grand Chief, I told him that the Australians will now, through the ECP program, pay for some of the sins that they committed by giving us an additional 580 million Australian dollars on top of the 300 million Australian dollars annually that we receive from Australia. And at the same time, the program will do the work of rebuilding our institutions, and we can renew it again. And they will continue to put in 580 million for 3 years. And I also told Grand Chief that he was the boss of this country, nobody else, and that he will tell the Australians what to do with the money, not them. And I said to him that it is to rebuild these institutions of government which you created in independence. And that was a genuine ask from my heart to him at that time. But eventually, after a lot of persuasion from many people, especially Sir Rabi Namalio, senior statesman but Philemon, Bire Kimisopa, who was then but Philemon was the treasurer then, Bire Kimisopa was the Minister for Police, and other people. We kept on talking to the Grand Chief, and eventually he agreed to accept the ECP program. But it was short-lived, because the then governor for Morobel, Luther Wenger, took the matter to Supreme Court. It was declared unconstitutional, and the Australians had to leave. So when they left, we were left with a vacuum again for that unfortunate situation to have another alive. So the nation is still riddled, in my view, with the same problem today, in fact, much bigger now than before. It will be a daunting task for any government to tackle it completely, but I believe it can be done if leaders are truly committed and sincere to take the country back to where our founding fathers wanted it to be, free of corruption. Grand Chief Somare wanted the country to stand tall with honor, pride, and dignity among other nations in the world. A country where people can enjoy a high standard of living. And I got a message from my senior Thomas Nickens tonight, where our people can really enjoy a high standard of living, which commensurates with the abundant resources that we have here in Papua New Guinea. And we never asked for it. God blessed us with those resources. But yet, we are still crawling in poverty and in misery. Yet, we have so much. There must be a problem somewhere. Grand Chief wanted his people to live in peace and harmony, despite the diversity of our different cultures and tribes. He wanted law and order to be maintained not only for the people, but also for investors who want to come and invest here, so that we can have an economy that is growing all the time to accommodate the growing number of people coming out of our educational institutions. There is a lot more that can be said about Grand Chief, the father of our nation, but time does not permit me to do that. So as I conclude, I would like to, on behalf of all the former and current public servants and professionals from Western Highlands Province, again convey our deep condolences to the immediate family of Grand Chief, the people of Murik Lakes, and the people of ECP. God gave you this unique man, and you have shared him unselfishly with the rest of the country. And he became the father of all Papua New Guineans, the father of this beautiful, wonderful, great nation of Papua New Guinea. We salute you, Grand Chief. Your memories will live forever in this nation, in this region, and beyond. Nui mu Michael Samario, nem nui mbunga nui mua. Wampunga wakai, nema mu wakai we. Pun kono mbilenga, pugu wendi ne mempentanga. Wata appeal. Thank you.
That was Gabriel Pepsin. I understand Prime Minister, the Chief Mona, and co-host, and other leaders, I understand we are running against time. But please allow us another 5 minutes or so we can allow our keynote speaker, the Honorable William Duma, to give his last speech on behalf of Western Highlands, and then the presentations. But I appeal to all the speakers to control your timing. Because we are running against time, Nathan is left out on the speech. I apologize for that, and I call upon Minister Duma to come and give his speech. Minister William Duma, by giving final speech, na ben finish now. Windage by coming total presentation, by me finish. Thank you, Mr. Duma.
Thank you. Good night, everyone. As we all know, God gives and God takes. On this occasion, God am giving me blah, and I'm giving back. So we are all here to pay tribute to a special person in our lives. We like acknowledge him, President Long, Chief Manablo Kantiblo, leader of the Pango Party, Prime Minister Bloyumi, the Honorable James Marape, Governor Bloyumi, National Capital District, host of the program, Honorable Powers Parker, former Prime Minister Bloyumi, the Governor of Western Highlands Province, Right Honorable Pius Wingti, Governor Bloyumi, East Civic, the Honorable Alan Bird, Parliamentary Leader of the National Alliance Party, and Honorable Aitabi Lumi, One Scott Lumi, Honorable Patrick Provides, General Secretary, long-serving General Secretary, Boss Merrill National Alliance Party, Joyce Grant, me acknowledging you. Plan to leaders lo yimi lo yellow country, especially all leaders lo miyet lo Western Highlands Province, name lo man go pass, talk finish and acknowledging finish so I will repeat him. Me surgim total lo leaders lo yimi lo Western Highlands Province, lo come tether night, lo pay him tribute long, man go pass lo country lo yimi. One of those men who comes around once in a lifetime. Pablo Cantiblo Yumi, Right Honorable, the Grand Chief, Sir Michael Somare. We like taking this opportunity, Lord, thank you, Lord. Immediate friend of Big Man Yumi. Mrs. Lam, behind every great man is a woman. Lady Veronica Somare, Beta Somare, Sana Somare, Arthur Somare, Michael Somare Jr., Nadal Siana, one no land law let, law Karao village, law Murik Lakes. Plan limi no clear that's all. Suppose you got Papa, blow you am come up, Prime Minister, Chief Minister, na leader of the country, na politician. Time of something go right, and by you amas. Time of something go wrong, by Philippine land. This particular family, they have been to hell and heaven together and miss up Sorolol. Let me talk, thank you, especially Lady Veronica Samare, long understanding blame, na patient blame, na pass support blame, and start backside and making me possible long. This is a man, lo Caribbean country lo yumi. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, Savas yumi xim a typical description of a country from the way all nuclear or old plus civilization they come land, starting with Europe. Savas little long England. England has one language and one custom. Germany, you got one blood top place and one blood custom. France, one language, one custom. That's a lot. Papua New Guinea, we have more than 700 different languages. So suppose you look in if you take the example of the European countries, the old countries, I mean, Papua New Guinea, we have more than 700 different countries. For someone to be able to galvanize everything together and unite them must have been a genius. And that is that man that we now are talking about. Suppose Lulu land, starting from the Torres Strait border, from the islands of Boigu, Nasaibai, you go on top along Wutum, you go along West Indian border, Club, you go also along Philippines, Paulini border, along Manus, Locaine Island, also Low Island, Sorry Island, and then go also along New Island, New Nova, Emerald, you go along Nishan Island, Mortlack Island, go also all the way to Bougainville, now go close to, now stop along Kangu Beach, now beyond Kampe Kam Osem, go Tamblo Osem along Milne Bay or Rosen Island, and Misawe. This is la country, and this is la man, and walking boundary name go now. It took one hell of a man to be able to do that. Yes, even got on plenty of leaders to stop on them. Nala big man am come loyen am story land in your finish. This man was so passionate about independence for his country that when he realized that a fellow leader was becoming an obstacle, he punched him. Unparliamentary conduct, but someone who believed in his ideas. This is the man we are talking about. And man, one hell of a man. First time me had experience na kam lo em time stop osem. I think he was Foreign Affairs Minister, law 2002. Time one time Thomas Niggins, when Thomas Niggins was the chairman of the South Seas Tuna Company, and I was the chairman of Ports Corporation. Only like him, Harbour's board of Ports Corporation, lo Vivek, lo magi man on the ground and give him all so that only Basanabam Nisla Tuna Cannery Factory. Now, of course, me yet want them all walk line long Harbour's board. We will walk like delay na. I knew that he was not happy with me. But some months later, with the help of my governor, Pai Swingdi, time he come back to Parliament, and second time to me, lo bungi mem. I was an unknown, like all of you, like generation of time to me. I admired him. And when I entered Parliament, I do not remember lobbying to become a minister, but there was one other gentleman, a fellow leader, who was a minister at that time. He introduced me properly to the Grand Chief, and that was the man who is now the leader of the National Alliance Party, Honorable Patrick Provides. He supported me, and Michael Somare appointed me as his Minister for Environment and Conservation. And as they say, the rest is history. Time he served as a Minister of Land, I served as Minister under the Somare government for 9 long, hard years. He then, in 2006, appointed me as Acting Minister of Petroleum and Energy when the Honorable Sir Moyabe had to step down to face a leadership tribunal. And from then on, I became Minister, and I served many, many years as the Minister of Petroleum and Energy under the leadership of our Grand Chief, Sir Michael Somare. There were a number of things where the way I'm conducting him yet made me realize that I was lucky and I was in the presence of someone very special, someone, a leader of leaders who comes around once in a lifetime. Time old man, bolo toto planti, lo sipim, or pipe him this la wet gas lo yimi, he go to Queensland. When there was a lot of talk about the PNG Queensland gas pipeline, there was one person who supported me and who believed in me, and that is the man who left us now. People look sorry for them. If we were to pipe gas all the way to Queensland, and by me piping wet gas, that time all white man came to wet gas, by all splitting me call a dry gas, na oil. Now all even making money two time. So Grand Chief Somare and Sawe finish. He was one of those leaders, and as chairman of NEC, who supported the idea that we must open this gas pipeline to Queensland. And number 2, time we realized Exxon Mobil and its partners were deliberately delaying it. Me been proposing one amendment to go along Oil and Gas Act so that by controlling development schedule of this pipeline. Me clear and me can think, I can remember it very vividly. A number of my senior ministers called me a madman. They said, what Minister Duma is trying to do will scare away investors. Now the room was quiet and silent. No one spoke. Somare chairman long NEC, so Sab Lab and I was on the other side. I was watching Somare carefully and closely. He only said like this. And then he looked up and he said, Duma, go ahead. And as they say, the rest is history. Now, we were able to deliver this project under the chairmanship of Somare as Prime Minister. And there were a number of ministers who supported Somare and I. And they are the Honorable Patrick Troyes, and of course, our Prime Minister, the Honorable James Marape, who was also a young minister at that time. In every NEC decision that SOMARE said, if I can remember clearly, he got one plus single decision where SOMARE even chair len, decision favor him, family blame yet, or business blame yet, or province blame lo ECP. I can vouch for it. I can tell you that he is one fellow who believed in the country. I am a living witness. Me can vouch him was him. It's like an old passion here. This la money am no got through. There were two other momentous occasions where I need SOMARE were mission up na Milum land when there were calls for our people from Jiwaka to be granted their own province, and our people from Hela to be granted their own province. And I remember while we were debating, there was a young leader who stood up and punched the table and he said, "When are we going to have Hela?" And that was none other than the man who is now our Prime Minister. Most of us thought that our Grand Chief would be very upset because of that behavior. But when we met him, he understood. And Papaya, and me clear. Plenty of man been talking about 1970s and 80s of them. SOMARE and Saul Rote, me can talk to them. As his minister for 9 solid years, I can vouch for it. And me man and Saul Rote. When you look at and go back to how he was able to lead our country as firstly as Chief Minister, and then in 1975 as our founding Prime Minister, even got plenty work for only work. One plus something all work. There was a committee that was set up, and it was called the Constitutional Planning Committee, where only traveled right across the country, and they took the views of all our people at that time. Most of them didn't know how to read and write, but our fellow did a thorough job. Only some people online, and they came back and presented it to SOMARE when he was the Chief Minister. He could have fiddled around with. He could have done it in such a way that he would hold on to political power for many years, but he didn't. One of the recommendations of the Constitutional Planning Committee was that because of this country, the ethnic diversity of this country, more than 700 different countries under one country, there was a need for an escape clause in the Constitution so that if people became tired of a particular leader's way of governing this country, they would have the right to change him by a vote of no confidence. And that was one thing that SOMARE allowed for it to happen as the Chief Minister of our country. You know, so at time, Papa Karen Pignini, he would want to be around to make sure that Pignini Bagroa because 20 years or 30 years, when that kid is mature and then names let him go. SOMARE was Pablo Yumi. He could have fiddled around with that document and done it in such a way that he would have remained and governed this country for 20 years. He didn't. The fact that he allowed for a vote of no confidence is a testament to a man who truly cared about our country. On the one side, if they can talk of him, we should have allowed him to run this country for 20 years. It would have become a better country. But Imi Sawaya, 700 different languages, 700 different countries under one, and SOMARE was wise. That is one of the things that he did. When I think of it, I can say he was a special man. Not like something where we plant your leaders here. We keep on talking about corruption, lack of accountability, all kinds of things. The answers to all these questions can be found in our Constitution. Suppose you look at the Constitution, you look at the national directive principles, everything is there. It talks about economic empowerment of our indigenous people, similar to our Take Back PNG where Prime Minister Yumi now into the clan. Everything that we're talking about, the separation of powers, the powers of the judiciary, the powers of the executive government, the powers of the legislative arm of the government, can be found in the Constitution. The PNG Constitution is one of the best constitutions in the world. am one of the legacy of SOMARE now. If you are talking about our problems, it is all in there. In the Constitution plus the national goals and directive principles where money go past land. The Constitution is known as a living document. Genesis law, this is the Constitution, the beginning of the Constitution. People are adopting the Constitution law in our country. It is a homegrown Constitution that in which our Grand Chief had a big role to play. One blood gift to SOMARE, suppose you look land, you look no further than the Constitution. It is a living document. Suppose you ban him land, or the problem, or the solution is will have. Then one something where we look at land, where plenty of man in a looks our land. Location yet, as I said earlier, ladies and gentlemen, you know, got me been attending plenty or NEC meeting. There were a number of instances where time me sick or me Jiwaka Province, me have been attending, but on most occasions, I attended nearly all the meetings, and I can confidently say and repeat myself that no got one plus single decision where somebody change land or tell him land and me benefit him, his civic province, family blame yet, opinion blame yet, or him yet. That I can vouch for it. One plus special man. Me yet, me got plenty of personal story where if I were to tell you, would take the entire night. But I will leave it for the moment. But all I can say before I conclude is that plenty of story plus SOMARE story finish. For me to repeat it will be repeating everything again. I will not do any justice, but he is one of those men who comes around once in a lifetime. We will never have another chief minister. We will never have another Independence Day and Mania. There were others who were with him, but as they say, when you have a good leader, everything happens. So during those times when no one knew about Papua New Guinea, he publicized us, he made us, he created us, and we created Mr. Boundary Mitoglan. Now he left everything to us. He has left behind a robust judiciary. He has left behind a very, very democratic parliament. He has left behind a public service which some may say is not functioning, but suppose the basic structure still remains solid today. All we have to do is to sit down and look at where have we gone wrong and fix them. But M1 plus special man, the only time where me been losing him was in 2011 when he was hospitalized in Singapore. I was still his Minister for Petroleum and Energy, but another fellow leader who did not know the extent of my relationship with the Grand Chief sacked me. And as they say, the rest is history. All this time, he thought that I was one of those who instigated that change. He was always under the impression that me been one boy blame, me been bigot land. But finally, in 2014 or 2015, when the late Timothy Bonga was alive, he organized a peace meeting for me to meet the Grand Chief and Lady Veronica SOMARE. And when I explained my side of the story, he accepted it and he forgave me. He forgave me. And when I look around, and when I see Joyce Grant, and when I see the Honorable Patrick Proids, and when I think of Somase Singen, and when I think of Rodney Camus, and when I think of Puki Akonia, it brings me back to those days when we were in our primes of our ability to run this country, and we had many surplus budgets. The period 2002 to 2012, as far as I'm concerned, was a golden period in that part of history of our country. Time SOMARE was in charge as our Prime Minister. I know all of us will miss him, but he was one hell of a man and a special man. And I don't think in my lifetime I will ever see a man like him again. And as we all know, you only have one SOMARE in your life, and that is ours, and he's gone now. So what else can I say? Also, me talk finish. God gives and God takes. And I want to finish up by thanking God for giving that man to this country, For without him, many of the things that we have done would not have been possible. Finally, Milak Tok Tengilo Line, Lo Murik Lakes, Lo Kara Village, Lo Isibik, through our Governor, Alan Bird, through our National Alliance Parliamentary Leader, Patrick White, Joint Grant and others that Mitok Sore Kamlo family. Now thank you for all those good memories. Thank you for what you've done for our country. May God bless Pavunini, and may God bless the people of Isibik for that gift that you gave to us. My condolences to the family. May the Grand Chief, Sir Michael Thomas Somare, rest in peace until we meet again. Thank you.
That was the last speaker of the Western Highlands Haus Krai group. I will call on Minister for CIS, Honorable Windaki, to come and make announcements on presentations. There won't be any actual presentation, but there will be announcements on presentations. And then he is formally going to lay the read. Then that will be the end of the program. So it's going to take less than 2 minutes, I guess. Honorable Windaki, Minister for CIS, come.
Good night. Good night, Prime Minister, the member for Tarifore, James Marabe. You come stop one day, Mibla Haus Krai, Mila thank you. One day, Disla, Governor Blong, NCDC, Paulus Power. You come stop one day, Mibla, you host him, and Blackham. Mila thank you. A leader blow you me. Governor of Western Highlands, passing the and come stop. Leader belong Isibik, Governor, Alan Bed. Me sorry, you brother below me. Sorry, straight brother. Senior belong me, Patrick Bright. Good night, Loyu, na mitok sorry. One day, Disla, ministers, all ministers, below Western Highlands, Wesley Nuggins, William Duma, Senior Blomi, Koi Trabe, the former members, all professionals, below Western Highlands, all community and BBC's man. Milak talk, thank you. Milak Maki Mouse Blong, Western Highlands, including Tambul Nabila, Akin Central, Mulbaya, Day Council, Mibla come together, Lord display tonight, Lord respect him. Say Thomas Michael Murray. One them Disla, me like extend him. Continents blooming, one them Western Highlands within Akin Central, Tambul Nabila, Mulbaya, Dekansol, Igolong, Governor Bed, na members belong Isibik, na West Civic, family,
Lady Veronica, Mama Block Country, Beta, Ata, Sanai, and Dalsi, and Junior Michael. Me bestie belong Dalsi. From there, me saw long family. Thank you, truly, Islam. Me not give any speech. All coordinators, me Salim Hossein, Magam Muslim, Western Highlands, all professionals, businessmen, all Mama Law Street, all Papa Law Street, all bus driver, all one work blumi, all taxi drivers, one work blumi. They council, all contribute. Minister Dume, Mulun staff, and by giving me, Mulbaya, Sinekoi Trabe, Mulun staff, Magam Muslim, Mulbaya, and Bamixim. I can Central, William Duma, Minister William Duma, Mulun staff. Magam Muslim, I can Central, William Duma, Mulun staff, Mixim. Governor Bluimi, Honorable Pai Swingi, MGB, Mulun staff. Tambul Nable, all contribute, Mulun staff. So once Prime Minister Mkishim, body go long, plus e-civic, Bami go one dem all gifts lubla, Nambami present him law we work. Governor, time you stop law we work. Western Highlands, give him all lile. One is something will give me, Loyan and Bami Kishim come one to me, one the Prime Minister. Before I said that, me like, call him. Nathan Wingti, one H let me saw, must command up. Command up now, me give a little talk, finish, but me conclude him. Me sing out him, Nathan lo command up. Thank you. Because I'm all family members, so me let him command up as them. All get the speech all talk finish. So me like I'm long in presentation to all.
Good night, Olgata. I realize that the time is getting on, so I will be very short. Also, my uncles from Jiwaka probably getting impatient as well. So rest assured, this will be quite short. Firstly, to our Prime Minister, Governor Bird, Honourable Pruach, and to the SOMARE family. I'm speaking as a friend of the family, but also as a representative of the business and professional community in Western Highlands. We extend to you our deepest condolences on the loss of the great Grand Chief, Sir Michael T. Somare. He was a husband, father, grandfather, and great-grandfather. Not only was he the head of your family, but he was the head of our PNG family too. And that meant you had to share him with 8 million of us as well, including many from around the world. We also express to you our gratitude for supporting and taking the best care of our founding father and Grand Chief to live a long and illustrious lifetime. It is hard to imagine a man to have achieved so much in one life. It is almost as if he lived 2 or 3 lifetimes and not one. Growing up, I had the privilege to be around Grand Chief and other young and emerging political leaders in PNG during our formative years. Through those experiences, I learned about leadership values that they held high. Some of the leadership traits that stood out for me about the Grand Chief and other founding leaders as a lesson for the next generation were the following. they had immense vision, and not just vision, but a courage to chase that vision and to put in the work and do whatever was required to achieve it. They were disciplined, and they believed in the value of hard work. Nothing came easy. They believed that everything that you achieved through working hard. They were decisive. They didn't know at that time, they didn't have all the information. They didn't know whether they were right or they were wrong. But they weighed up all the different perspectives and circumstances that they were in, and they made decisions. Probably above all, and I can see this in a lot of the stories that come out about the Grand Chief in the last 2 weeks, and I heard this a lot from my father as well. They displayed humility. You're not above anybody else. On the same token, you're not below anyone else either. But they were very humble in the way they led. Grand Chief led, mentored, and trained a number of our founding leaders in government and in the bureaucracy. He basically lifted those juniors around him with a vision, and he took them forward into the unknown. Hand in hand from all parts of the country, they fused this nation together and put the foundation in place. Earlier tonight, Governor Pakop asked, what is our commitment as we remember our Grand Chief's life? Our former member, Thomas Niggins, offered a response and challenged the political leadership to define the country's vision and plan. Ambassador Pepson has challenged the nation to individually do what you can to eliminate corruption. For me, I'd like to challenge the business and professional community in all of PNG to follow one of Great Chief's great legacies, and that is to lift each other up, to take personal accountability, to find, train, and mentor young, bright Papua New Guineans, just like the Grand Chief did all those years ago. Not just sending them to courses, but you spend your time out of your busy days to talk to them, mentor them, teach them what you have learned that made you successful, introduce them to your network, lift them up and train them to be the best. Soon they will be your shop supervisor, your sales manager, your workshop manager, mine supervisor, finance manager, process engineer. They'll be your CEO, your financial controller. One day they'll be directors and maybe even a prime minister. If enough of us take that personal accountability, and I'm speaking mostly to my colleagues in the business community, if enough of us take that personal accountability today to find a young Papua New Guinean, not just one, maybe 10 if you can, and train them and mentor them and bring them up, we will not just take back PNG, but we will take it forward and on merit. In closing, I'd like to say to the SOMARE family, to Governor Bird, the people of East Sepik, may God bless you and give you strength as you complete this important task to lay our Grand Chief to rest at Krai Heights. Thank you. Good night.
That was Nathan Winky. This is supposed to be a presentation. The Honorable Minister for CIS has made an announcement that you all know that in the house cries up in the highlands, especially in Hagen, there are a lot of things that take place, change of pigs, food, and everything. So we cannot do that in this house cry. So he's made an announcement that any contribution from Western Highlands will be brought to East Sepik by the Honorable Minister himself and presented to the Governor in Wewak. That was the announcement of the presentation. And while on the presentation, I would also like to take this opportunity to make an announcement that in honor of the services that the Grand Chief has given to Western Highlands, he is also launched or took part in the groundbreaking ceremony of our Western Highlands Administration building. So in honor of him, the Honorable Governor and all the members of Parliament of Western Highlands, including all the council presidents and the PC members, we have all agreed to construct a statue of Grand Chief in our provincial headquarters and the provincial administration building. So that is another announcement that I am privileged to make tonight. And before I conclude, I would like to ask the Minister for CIS, as formality, the Minister for CIS and the former member for Day Open will come forward with the red and lay the reds. Minister for CIS and former member for Day Open, Simon Parokuri. Minister below CIS na former member below Day Open, you can come forward na lem red now. Thank you, Minister below CIS na former member below Day. Me like finishing this program below tonight. Firstly, suppose some inconvenience below cause him inside this program. Me no ask him talk sorry long anyone, or me no owe him any apology to anyone because a house cry in Papua New Guinea is a house cry. I'm emotional, so you can take as long as you want or short as you want. Anything can happen in a house cry. So me make him clear, you me all including the Prime Minister, the Chief Mona, and the co-host and other governors and ministers and members and everyone else who are here. I also acknowledge the people of Jiwaka who are waiting to come in. The night is still young, and they can still come, and we will still be here. I'm this talk milusim, but finally. Mila talking me ogadaw sem. Plenty time na ogadaw condolence message. All this la talk come long any mi aremo sem. Only talk. Grand Chief Somare and founding father. Na em Pablo nation. So Mila put him It is like two people talk into perspective. So you may all must put him thinking around. You may talk also mem founding father because it's himself government. Now he was a chief minister at that time. So you may know when talk also any other members of parliament and founding fathers. There are some founding fathers. But he was the chief minister, and there were some ministers who were serving in his cabinet, and there were also some other members. Lord, this time, they were under his leadership. So he is the founder. So Murray is the founder of the country, whether you like it or not. Because M is the chief minister. Now, was that man is the cabinet and members? M all staff one line belong M. So they are founders. But M founder true. One kind, time you meet a papa block country. M principle I'm saying, now one kind. M himself government. Time I'm leading Pangu party. Now I'm come up first prime minister of country. That's why you may call him Pablo Nation. Don't get yourselves confused by you may talk with them. Call him any former members or some line or 7 month member talk. He is the father of the nation. True of Papa, but he is the father of the nations. This is like him clear no God. So time you play address him old man. The father of the nation is Grand Chief, Sir SOMARE. He is the father of all the fathers of the nation, the fathers that served him when he was the chief minister through self-government, through independence. So this is like me, like you me all the must kiss him. Good Lord, ting blow you me. So he is the father of the fathers of the nation. One time this land. Me to thank you. Long all got the line of Western Highlands. I come long house cry lo some respect long Grand Chief SOMARE. Na make mouse long all the people of Western Highlands. Me lo salim talk sorry ko please long family members. Everyone. Na mipla ito ko sem Grand Chief rest in eternal peace. Thank you, true, and good night, everyone.
Many thanks to our moderator this evening and also the Minister for Immigration and Member for Day Open, Honorable Wesley Nunguj. That brings the end to the Western Highlands Province segment. Many thank you very much to the people of Western Highlands, your leaders, your elected leaders, leaders in the province as well, and those tuning in via our live streaming service on our different platforms and broadcasts as well. With that being said, we now draw to a close, and as we finish this segment, we get ready to welcome the contingent from Jiwaka. But as I ask our mourners from Western Highlands to rise and file out in an orderly fashion, we will have a tribute video from tribute video to the late Grand Chief by a group called the Civic Collectives. a song all the way from Wewak. And it is entitled Siman Guan. As the song plays, I will ask our Western Highlands mourners to rise, and you may vacate towards my left behind you at an exit, and thereby allowing our mourners from Jiwaka to enter the indoor complex. Thank you. We now commence the second part of the program for this evening. It is the National House Cry as part of the lead up towards the state funeral on the 12th of March, a designated public holiday in respect to our founding father, Grand Chief, the Right Honorable Sir Michael Thomas Somare. I now call on the Jiwaka contingent to kindly make their way into the Sir John Guy's Indoor Complex, led by your respective elected members of Parliament, specifically your Governor, Honorable Dr. William Tongam, along with Minister for Community Development, Youth and Religion, and Member for Jimmy, Honorable Wake Goy, the Honorable Member for Anglim South Wagi, Joe Cooley, and the Honorable Member for North Wagi, Dr. Fabian Pork. The contingent will be received by Chief Mona and co-host to the National House Cry program, the Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, Honorable James Marape. He will receive the contingent along with co-host and Governor for NCD, the Honorable Pao Sparkop, as we commence the second part of the proceedings with the entrance of the Jiwaka contingent. It is at this point I also remind our mourners entering at all times, do keep your face mask on, adhere to social distancing and other COVID-19 protocols. Acknowledging also of other mourners from around the country and around the world watching the procession or the events of this evening via live streaming services being offered on EMTV Online, PNG Loop, NBC Live TV, and the PNG Sun. Also being broadcasted as well on FM 100 and NBC Radio. Once again, just appealing to the contingent from Jiwaka. We understand that a good majority of you have actually walked all the way from Unagi Oval to attend this event and have waited. And we thank you for your patience and your understanding. Ladies and gentlemen, we now witness the Jiwaka contingent entering the official house cry of the late Grand Chief, Right Honorable Sir Michael Thomas Somare, GCL, GCMG, CH, CF, SSI, KSNJ, KSG, PC. We acknowledge the Jiwaka contingent led by their Governor, Honorable Dr. William Tongam, North Wagi MP, Dr. Fabian Pock, the Minister for Community Development, Youth and Religion, and a member for Jimmy, Honorable Waki Goy, the member for Anglim South Wagi, Honorable Joe Cooley. They will be received by Chief Mona, co-host of the House Cry, Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, Honorable James Marape, with co-host NCD Governor, Honorable Pao Sparkop. Representing the family, representing the family of the late Right Honorable Sir Michael Thomas Somare, Parliamentary Leader for the National Alliance Party, having assumed leadership since 2012, succeeding the late Grand Chief, Member for Aitapelumi, Honorable Patrick Proich, representing the family as well and the people of East Sepik, the Governor for East Sepik, Honorable Alan Bird, receiving as well the Honorable Governor for Western Highlands, Honorable Pius Winty, Minister for State and Enterprise, Honorable William Duma, acknowledging the Minister for Finance and Member for Kompe Mambum, Sir John Pundari. As the mourners are being received, Jiwaka and Hela came into being in 2012. This came after a bill to create the electoral boundaries was passed in 2010 under the late Grand Chief's NA-led government. We thank you, the people of Jiwaka, for your patience, your time, your attendance, and your empathy in showing sorrow at such a bleak moment in our country's history. Let me take this time also to recognize former President of the National Alliance Party, Mr. Simon Kaiwi, former two-term member for North Wagi and former minister under the Somare-led government in the 80s, Mr. William Wee, and former provincial administrator, Mr. Michael Wandil. For the purposes of this second segment for the official house cry, day 7, on Sunday, the 7th of March, I will call upon Mr. Michael Wandil to take the podium as the moderator for the remaining procession of events for this evening.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies tonight. The family of late Grand Chief Sir Michael Sumare, especially Lady Veronica, and the 5 children, the Governor of East Sepik, Honorable Alan Bird, the ministers and members of East Sepik Province and West Sepik Province, the people of East Sepik. The last 2 weeks, including tonight, has been a very sad moment for us Jiwakans. All Papua New Guineans at that time said what they needed to say and represented their people in different ways and style. For us in Jiwaka, we have a very special, heartfelt relationship with the late Grand Chief Sumare. There are very fond stories that our leaders here tonight will share with us. As we have heard from many provinces, including Western Highlands tonight, we have leaders here from Jiwaka tonight that have been with the late Grand Chief from the early days of Papua New Guinea since self-government to independence. There is so much that has been said, and first and foremost to the family and Honorable Governor Alan Bird, I would like to apologize on behalf of us Jiwakan mourners. We may have been a bit rowdy and noisy because our brothers from Western Highlands took a bit longer than their share of the time. But this is not a big issue, it's immaterial. Our moment here tonight is greater and higher than anything that we may feel and talk about at this state funeral. Having said this, we would like to thank our Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable James Marape, the Governor General of Papua New Guinea, His Excellency Sir Bob Dadaya, all the state ministers for making it possible that we in the provinces can attend a state funeral. We are aware that the funeral for the people of East Sepik under the Governor, Honorable Alan Bird, will be held in Wewak. And we are here to attend the state funeral hosted by the Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, Honorable James Marape, and the co-host, the Governor of NCD, Honorable Powers Parkop. Thank you for inviting us to attend the state funeral. Without further ado, I will invite our first speaker, former member for North Wagi, two-term member, a man who shared his life with the late Grand Chief SOMARE from the early days of Papua New Guinea until he passed away. I will call upon Mr. William Wee to come and share his story with the late Grand Chief SOMARE.
Good evening, Papua New Guinea. Good evening, the people of Jiwaka. Please don't lose your tempers. Don't lose your patience. Be patient, as Jiwaka will take the later part of tonight to pay tribute to our Grand Chief, Right Honorable Sir Michael Thomas SOMARE. Good night to you, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. James Marape, and all your cabinet ministers. And a special one to the Governor of East Pacific, Honorable Alan Bird, and to the leader of the National Alliance Party, the Honorable Patrick Priak. As I've said, tonight, the people of Papua New Guinea and Jiwaka has come to Port Moresby to pay his tribute to our great man. I had a lot of good ideas to talk about in this gathering tonight, and how I traveled with the late Grand Chief from the 1960s up to the time when he granted the province of Jiwaka. But I have lost all these ideas. These ideas have disappeared from my head tonight because my brothers from Western Highlands have taken up a better part of tonight, made us frustrated, so I've lost all the good ideas. And I'll go back to my notes. If I don't speak well tonight, because I've lost all my teeth, or some parts of my pronunciation won't be good. Tonight, Papua New Guinea and Jiwaka people and Western Islanders, we are mourning the death of a great man, the death of our father. For some of us, he was our father. For some of you, he is your grandfather. For some of you, he is your great-grandfather, if we can take it that way. I have come to know the late Grand Chief in 1966. Sir, you wore a short trousers, you pulled up a socks, and you were very neat and tidy. You looked very respectable in the Department of Information and Extension Services at Konodobu. I came into the office in 1966 to be trained as an announcer, not realizing that you were already an announcer in Wewak. We met down at Konodobu. It's a long history, sir. I've gone back to Mount Hagen and became the radio announcer over there. Sir, and you went back to Wewak. You became a member of parliament in 1968. I heard about it in Mount Hagen. In 1972, sir, your first maiden trip as Chief Minister of Papua New Guinea, you went to Mount Hagen to tell the people of the Highlands that independence was inevitable. It was going to come. And when it does come, the white men won't take the cars away, won't take the ships away, won't take the planes away, but they will all leave them behind. You were trying to educate us to understand that independence must come. Thank you. At the time, I was a radio announcer and I was asked to cover his trip. I recorded his speeches. I interviewed you, sir. In between those recordings and in those interviews, I asked you, sir, would you have some work in Port Moresby? You kindly told me, wait for me. When I get back to Port Moresby, I will let you know. Thank you. In June 1972, sir, you sent an airline ticket through Trans Airlines of Australia, TAA, where I picked it up in Mount Hagen. And I traveled to Port Moresby. Sir, you're such a great man. You're a wonderful man. I came to Port Moresby. You organized my secondment from the Department of Information and Extension Services, and you transferred me to the Ministry of Works. At Ministry of Works, in 1972, I was the first secretary to the Minister for Works, the Honorable late Sir Thomas Cavalli. Sir, you brought me to the limelight of politics in Papua New Guinea. You have given me that opportunity, Sir, Papa, to be able to know when the Australian government transferred the powers from Canberra to Port Moresby, I was one little man who fiddled around with all the files, and I knew what were involved. I had to brief my minister to attend cabinet, knowing well what was going on in cabinet. Thank you, sir. I feel for you. You have given me that great opportunity to be able to work at this level, to get to know what was going on before self-government and independence. Thank you. Sir, now I want to go back and tell Papua New Guinea a special relationship that the leaders of Jiwaka have built with the late Grand Chief, From the 1970s up to the time when the Chief Minister gave us the province called Jiwaka. In 1970, the late Sir Thomas Cavale was then the leader of the Papua New Guinea National Party. The party was formed by the university students, and they found a leader to lead in parliament, and Sir Cavale was available. At the time, the talk of independence was going so hard that the Highlanders thought that, when the white man goes, they're going to take everything with them. So all the Highlands leaders, they said it would be better to delay independence and self-government. But late Sir Thomas Cavale from Jimmy, being a leader of a political party, took his members of the party to join the late Sir Michael Thomas SOMARE. And they were able to give independence to Papua New Guinea. Sir Thomas Cavale was one of the contributors to the independence of Papua New Guinea. And I hold that man in high regard in Jiwaka Province. Thank you, Grand Chief. That is what he did. And come 1982, the second election after independence, I went to the race in North Wagi, and I won the seat of North Wagi in Jiwaka. I became a member of parliament, sir. You were kind, you gave me the Ministry of Civil Aviation of Papua New Guinea. Thank you, sir. Thank you. We have been so good friends. I have come to know you as a man who understood everybody, even to the smallest child, to a great leader who understood men and women of all levels. You understood me, sir. And come 1992, the people of North Waki took back the seat, and I had to go back to the village. That was my relationship with the Grand Chief at the time. Sorry, I forgot one thing. Grand Chief, in 1985, as Minister for Civil Aviation, I had a choice. Your government faced a vote of no confidence from leaders of the People's Democratic Movement and from leaders of the Papua New Guinea National Party. I was your Minister for Civil Aviation. I had a choice either to go with my party or to get stuck with you. Grand Chief, I had known way back in 1966 as a teenager, so I thought, why should I leave you? So I fell with him in that vote of no confidence in 1985. After the vote of no confidence, I returned to my political party and became a backbencher of the PDM government. Thank you. I thought I have a lot of story to tell because it is late tonight and all men and all women have gone to bed and I feel like going to bed, but because it's the Grand Chief's time, I want to talk and talk and talk tonight. In 1991, sir, you were to receive your award from the Queen of the Commonwealth in London. You could have chosen somebody, but no, you have chosen me. Very kind of you, sir. I accompanied you. We went to London and you got your award from the Queen. After the award, you hosted a cocktail party for all Papua New Guineans who were in London at the time or throughout Europe. I remember after the function, we went up to, he was living in room number 9, and late Brown Bai, who was then the ambassador or high commissioner to Brussels, came around and we were there together. So we were drinking and smoking in room 7. We didn't realize that that was a non-smoking area. So the sensor up there, made a lot of noise. So all of us started running everywhere, so we didn't go through the lift, but through the steps. And the Grand Chiefs, sir, I remember you had your bedsheet on and you ran right through, right down the steps. At the bottom of on the ground floor, he asked around, who is that culprit who was making this thing? And I'm running around and I'm almost going to, get shocked. So he asked around and Brian Bai told him, I said, that little member from North Waki there, you brought him here and he's causing problem. And he waved to me and I said, sir, he waved to me and said, come here, come here. Sir, I went across to you and you told me, Liklik man you had him, Liklik killer, close to you killing me. Sir, the last time you visited Jiwaka in 2017 to campaign for your candidate, Mr. Simon Kaiwi, you did not forget that incident. You told the people of Jiwaka that I was going to ban the city of London. Thank you very much, sir. You have remembered that small incident for that long. I'd like to say thank you. But this is not the end of the story. I was a private citizen, but in 2005, the Electoral Boundaries Commission was set up, and all commissioners were touring around Papua New Guinea to divide the electoral boundaries, the council wards, and they didn't even think about breaking the provincial boundary. They want to leave it there, and they want to only do the open electorate. Unfortunately, the people of Jiwaka, they wanted to break away from Western Highlands. You have seen the incident tonight. That's a case in point. So no wonder you want to know why we broke away. Thank you very much. So in 2005, in October, the Jiwaka people, we formed a separate province committee, Jiwaka Province, separate province working committee. I was a member of that committee, and we had Mr. Nick Kuman was the chairman, and all the rest, our former governor from Western Highlands, Philip Kabal, and all the others, Mr. Kaiwi, etc. But we were only talking about breaking away when Waigani did not know about it. So the committee told me, the best man to go and see the Right Honorable the Prime Minister is this man, Mr. William Wee. So they bought me 5 Jiwaka, special Jiwaka orchid with all the kaikai from Mountain Hagen Food Market. I flew it to Port Moresby in 2005 October with my late brother John Munol. Sir, I got in a taxi and drove up to the 4 Mile Hill where the late Grand Chief was then Prime Minister and was living there. I went there, but the Prime Minister, he was not there. So I told his kind wife, Lady Veronica, I said, please tell the Prime Minister that William came here, and he left this message. I said, he had been playing politics for 40 years altogether, and it's about time that he wanted to retire. And he has done everything. He's given independence to Papua New Guinea, and he has done everything that he could do for Papua New Guinea. But the last thing I want to ask him to do is to give independence to Jiwaka. That was my advice to Lady Veronica Somare. After sometimes in 2006, I was wandering around in the Parliament building there, and the Grand Chief saw me. Sir, you saw me. And then you said, come for lunch at the cafeteria. Sir, I remember that very well. When I got there, you told me, yeah, last year did you visit my house? I said, yes, sir. Didn't Lady Veronica tell you? He said, yes. He told me that you want to break away from Western Highlands. Yes, I said, yes, I want to. And he suddenly listened to me. In 1995, I stood by him in the vote of no confidence. And in 2005, when I asked him for a province, he kindly returned that favor. The people of Jiwaka, I want you to know that the late Right Honorable, the Grand Chief, has had a heart for you. And again, in 2009, when the final bill landed in the Parliament, a group of us from Jiwaka were sitting up in the public gallery. When you, Minister for Provincial Affairs, was not present to present our bill, the Hela and Jiwaka bill. Sir, when we asked you, the Jiwaka group asked you through Mr. Simon Kaiway, you kindly took up the bill to the Parliament chamber and you made it happen. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, Jiwaka has got nothing to give to you. Sir, we give our heart, we give our prayers to you. Until we join you, rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. William Wee. Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Governor for East Sepik, Honorable Patrick Pruites. The stories that we have heard from Mr. Wee is quite similar to many Jiwakans, many Jiwakan leaders who have interacted and shared similar moments with the late Grand Chief. And what Mr. Wee has shared with us tonight indicates how Jiwaka people feel about late Grand Chief. We are here as true brothers, true sons, and true tribesmen and friends of the great late Grand Chief SOMARE. Apart from the Jiwakans of Port Moresby, our Honorable Governor, Dr. William Tongam, had made it possible for all our former parliamentarians, including the former Premier of Western Highlands, Jiwaka, and then Mr. Philip Kapal, and all our other former members to be with us here tonight to share this moment and feel the experience of the great man Papua New Guinea will never forget. Now we will go on to call upon our second speaker. He is a Jiwaka well-known leader and a young chief who has served many years with the late Grand Chief and the family, as well as serving as the longest president of the National Alliance Party of Papua New Guinea. We now invite Mr. Simon Kaiwi to share his stories with us. Mr. Simon Kaiwi.
Good evening. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, James Marape, who is the chief honor for this state funeral. I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of co-host, the Governor for NCDC, Governor Powers Parkop. I also like to acknowledge the presence of Parliamentary Leader for National Alliance Party, Honorable Patrick Pruites, Governor for East Sepik, Honorable Alan Baird, and also I'd like to acknowledge the presence of former Prime Minister and Governor for Western Highlands, Pius Wingti, and all the other members of Parliament, distinguished guests, professionals, public servants, and all the people who come in from Jiwaka, I thank you for your presence tonight. My speech won't be long tonight because I do want to talk about my time with the late Grand Chief. It'll be a very long story. I feel very emotional, like all of you, and uneasy. And there are a lot of things that I've said which Grand Chief will always be cherished with me. Like many Papua New Guineans, we are in mourning period because of this great man. I've decided to write down some of the things I wanted to say, so I'll read it from my paper. It is indeed with great sadness and a heavy heart that I stand tonight in your presence to share my personal experience with the greatest Papua New Guinean, the great Grand Chief, Sir Michael Thomas Somare. So much has been said in the last few days about this great man that now rests before us. So much will be said about this great man for generations to come. Rightly so, as this great man achieved the unachievable, made possible the impossibles, and confidently led this country to political independence in 1975 when all odds were against him. Before I proceed any further, I humbly acknowledge God Almighty for blessing our great Grand Chief during his political life, spanning 49 years. I thank God for giving us this great man. He led us, a fragmented group comprising of 1,000 tribes, through political independence and nationhood as one country. He was the needle that stitched those 1,000 tribes together. He achieved a feat that so many thought could not be achieved. It was unimaginable and unthinkable. Our great Grand Chief, in his wisdom, entrusted and recommitted the nation of Papua New Guinea back to God in one of his final acts as Prime Minister on the 26th of August 2007. He struck a covenant with God. In that covenant, we, as a nation, shall move forward with pride and determination. My journey with Grand Chief started some years back before independence. It goes back to 1973. When I graduated as a police commission officer, one of my colleagues was the late Stuart Niggins from Western Highlands, who immediately after graduation was assigned as close protection officer to the Chief Minister. Stuart traveled everywhere with him. On many occasions, Stuart would tell us the stories about the Chief Minister. This was as close as I could get to the Chief Minister. During my time in the police force, I had brief encounters with the Grand Chief in my official capacity as a police officer. I retired from the public service in 1985 and went into private life and did my own thing. On one morning in May of 2001, I was informed by my secretary that there were 4 gentlemen at the reception to see me. One of them was John Ilkada, the late John. Thinking that they were here to give me businesses, I invited them into the conference room. I knew late John Ilkada during my days as a police prosecutor, as late John was a magistrate back then. Being a Simbu man, he was, and living up to his fame as a straight shooter, late John said to me, "Simon, the chief wants to see you." I looked at him with surprise and was about to ask, "Chief, who?" When John answered my unasked questions and said, "Chief SOMARE will meet you at the Gully restaurant at the Aviate Club between 6 and 7 p.m. tonight." The gentleman left my office. I had to leave my office as well because I became so uneasy as the thought of meeting the Grand Chief that evening started to challenge my mind. I arrived at the Gully restaurant at the appointed time. I saw the Grand Chief talking to someone, and I waited for late John to come and do the introduction. As soon as Grand Chief finished with this person he was talking to, he turned around and John said, "Chief, this is Simon." Grand Chief took my hand and said, "Young pla, good pla lo you come. Me walk him nupla party. Me adam finish all good pla story blue you. Me like ask him you, suppose you by come walk one dem me pla long party." These words. I was so nervous, sitting only 3 feet away from the Grand Chief. But being a police officer and trained by colonial masters, I knew how to say yes, sir, to the superiors. Without any second thoughts, that is exactly what I said. "Yes, sir." The Grand Chief was so calm, cool, collected, and controlled. I knew there and then that was the right decision to make. How could I refuse such an offer? Not just from anybody, but from the man himself. I became foundation member of the National Alliance Party in 2001 and was eventually elected as party president in 2003. And my real journey with the Grand Chief began. We went into 2002 elections and returned with the highest number of elected MPs. NA was asked to form government. The same happened after the 2007 elections. I had the rare privilege of working directly under him, managing his political party for 10 plus years. During those years, I came to realize Grand Chief was an extraordinary man with great experience, knowledge, and wisdom. He was a very strong nationalist and one who understood the intricate nature of bond that held this country together. I noticed he always had time to hear people out and made decisions rationally, take all situations into consideration. His heart was for PNG, his life was for PNG, he lived for PNG. For those that have known him well, you would attest to this great man's humbleness. Although he rubbed shoulders with kings and queens, presidents and prime ministers, he was a very humble Papua New Guinean at heart. Nothing changed him. Likewise, nothing moved him. He saw all the men and women as equals. He was a visionary. God gave him that wisdom to look into the future and chart a course for this country. When opponents opposed to the idea of independence challenged him, he responded with optimism, as he already visualized a nation of educated citizens who would one day rise up to lead their own country and determine their own destiny. What amazes me most is that Grand Chief had a very good memory. He very well remembered names of people from all over the country going back 40 to 50 years, even down to council presidents, not in East Pacific Province, but other provinces that I know of. He remembered those names. The greater good and interest of the entire country was the focal point of his life. During my time as president, the issue of separate province for Jiwaka and Ella gained momentum during the period when National Alliance was in government and Grand Chief was the Prime Minister. The Ella agenda was driven by the Governor of Southern Highlands Province, the late Anderson Agiru, who was himself a Ella man. It was also strongly supported by the member for Tari Pore, who is now the current Prime Minister, Honorable James Marabe. Word circling around the corridor of Waigani during that time was no Ella, no gas. They had leverage because the country needed to proceed with the LNG project in Ella. Ella had the bargaining power. Jiwaka's agenda as a separate province traces its origin back to pre-independence era. The idea of a separate province was there, but the political will was lacking until the day National Alliance Party, under the guidance of Grand Chief as Prime Minister, came into power. I take this opportunity on behalf of the people of Jiwaka and say thank you to the late Grand Chief for giving us Jiwaka Province. I must admit that the battle for Jiwaka to attain status as a separate province was not easy. We had no resources. Waki coffee was gone. There was nothing there for us to use a leverage to negotiate with the government. The Jiwaka Separate Province Working Committee did a good job of putting the submission together, and I commend the members for this. The submission was before the Office of the Intergovernment Relations. After all the formalities were completed, it had to be brought to the attention of Parliament by an elected member. Unfortunately, all the 3 elected members for Jiwaka were in the opposition at the time, and there was no voice representing Jiwaka in Cabinet, in Government Caucus, and Government Coalition Partners meetings. As President of the ruling party, occasionally I had access to Government Caucus meetings, Coalition Partners meetings, and Coalition Party Leaders meeting when the issue of Jiwaka becoming separate province was discussed. At times, I witnessed stiff opposition from certain MPs in government. What could I do, as I had no equal standing with the members of Parliament? The only person whom I could share my fear and frustration with was the leader of my party, who happened to be the Prime Minister. In his reassuring voice, he would calm me down and say, "No can worry, President. Emmi to blast up by mixing yet." These were his words. To my recollection, he gave his assurance on 3 different occasions. As usual, I believe in him and held onto that until he delivered Jiwaka Province on the floor of Parliament. During one of my meetings with the Grand Chief and the leader of the government business at the time, the Honourable Patrick Pride, who is present here tonight, the Grand Chief, in my presence, told the leader of the government business to put Jiwaka with Ella and bring it to the floor of Parliament. Honourable Patrick Pride will confirm that the Grand Chief himself was the sponsor of Ella and Jiwaka Bill. He personally ensured that Ella and Jiwaka became separate provinces. To that, we the people of Jiwaka say thank you. Looking back at the political history of our country, I realized the Grand Chief had a special relationship with the people of Jiwaka. When there was opposition to PNG's independence from the United Parties headed by the late Sir Abal, Grand Chief drew support from Jiwaka men in the likes of late Sir Thomas Cavalli and Kaibel Diria. They stood with him and together achieved independence for PNG. Honorable William Wee, who is here tonight, and Honorable Opai Konangal, who is here tonight, were members of his cabinet after independence, as Mr. Wee has rightly mentioned tonight. With all his previous connections with Jiwaka and the fact that a son of Jiwaka was right there with him, pleading the cause with him consistently, the Grand Chief personally gave us Jiwaka Province. The Grand Chief's last visit to Jiwaka was in 2017 during the campaign period. I guess so many Jiwakans saw him alive for the last time. I also like to take this opportunity to thank the people of East Sepik Province for giving us Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare. During his time as your regional member, Prime Minister and Governor, he concentrated on serving Papua New Guinea for 49 years. What amazes me most is the fact that you, the good people of East Sepik Province, consistently send him back to Parliament. Even when you are aware that huge developments were taking place in other parts of this country and not East Sepik. You people are true blood line, and good blood line. Governor Alan Bed, thank you. To you, the people of East Sepik, I can say thank you. You made it possible for Grand Chief to realize his dreams for this beautiful country. I join hands with Jiwakans who are here today, as well as those in Jimmy, Wagi, and the Cambia, to pass our deepest heartfelt condolences to Lady Veronica and the children, Betha, Sana, Arthur, Michael Jr., and Jalsi, for sharing your husband and father with us. We are all with you during this time of mourning. Just like you, we will also miss his wise counseling and guidance. May his legacy live forever in this land, Papua New Guinea. To Grand Chief, good work blow you, ikan finish na, Mark long here. You go, beglo Papa God, na malolo. May you rest in eternal peace. Like I said to you when I first met you, now I say to you again. Good evening, sir. God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Simon Kaiwi. Once again, Honorable Prime Minister and the Governor for East Sepik, Honorable Patrick Pruites, this is yet another testimony and sharing of the relationship that our Jiwakan leaders have had with the late Grand Chief from the days of Kaibel Diria, from the days of late Sir Thomas Cavalli to the present day with people like our leader, Mr. Simon Kaiwi. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now invite our final speaker, the Honorable Governor for Jiwaka Province, Dr. William Tongam.
Good night, everyone. Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, Honorable James Marape, the Chief Mona and host of the state funeral, co-host of the state funeral, Governor Paus Pakop of National Capital District, Governor Alan Bed of East Sepik Province, leader of the National Alliance Party, Patrick Pruyac, former Prime Minister and Governor of Western Highlands, Pius Windy, and Minister Honorable William Duma, and others present here tonight. Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, Honorable James Marape, senior leaders of our country, Sir Julius Chan, Pius Windy, Sir Peter Iparas, Sir Puka Temu, colleague leaders of the current parliament, leaders past, senior public servants of the past and present, citizens of Papua New Guinea, and friends of this beautiful country. We are mourning the passing of the father of this beautiful nation, Grand Chief, late Sir Michael Thomas Somare. Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare has links and stories connected to every part of this country, has links to thousands of individuals, many institutions and organizations. His influence extends across the Pacific to our neighbors and many parts of the world. Millions mourning his passing. He truly deserves this moment and will forever be remembered as the father of Papua New Guinea. Today with me is former colleague MPs, current MPs, senior political figures who traveled down, and the small Jiwaka community in Port Moresby joining to express our condolences, acknowledge and thank the men who delivered Jiwaka Province. Before we tell our story, I firstly relay our condolence to the immediate family of late Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare, to his wife, Lady Veronica Somare, Ada, Sana, Beta, Michael Jr., Talsiana, immediate extended family members. The 400,000 people of Jiwaka are mourning with you, with the rest of our brothers and sisters in Papua New Guinea, for he is our father, the father of Papua New Guinea. Before we proceed in other lines below, we would like to acknowledge Lady Veronica Somare, the woman who has been a part of this beautiful journey. Lady, we thank you for being a wonderful mother, providing every bit of support to the man we call him our father, father of our beautiful country, Grand Chief Michael Thomas Somare. Him and yourself gave it all to this country and its people, the people you truly loved. Today we call ourselves proud Papua New Guineans. Leaders, businessmen, scientists, accountants, journalists, pilots, lawyers, judges, CEOs, MDs, the list goes on. We are all his dream. He stood up to the colonists, telling them the women of this country will slowly give birth to these people who will one day decide for themselves. Here we are today, nearly 50 years on. His dream will live on. We take this time to thank you and your other sisters, your husbands, colleagues, leaders for crafting the Papua New Guinea he dreamt into reality. Our story is unique. Ella and Jiwaka are his last-born twins. We are only 12 years old, and we will dearly miss him. In his final term as Prime Minister in 2010, he finally delivered the 2 provinces. Jiwaka's story was told by the 2 seniors who spoke ahead of me, William Wee from North Wagi, Simon Kaiwi from Anglim South Wagi, and our moderator, Michael Wandel from North Wagi. We are Jiwaka. Our dream to become a province dates back to the late 60s and early 70s, when the names Thomas Kawali and Kaibel Diria were his colleagues. Around those years, the name was born, and in 1972-73, a letter reached him when he was Chief Minister. His reply was a yes. One day, when we are in power, you will be a province of your own. That reception has given hope to our people. They believe that one day we will be a province of our own. Sir Thomas Kawali, Kaibel Diria, Roger Palmer, and their colleagues, non-politicians, who have continuously fought for the province, have moved on. Many are with me here tonight, the people today. After 38 years in 2010 and 40 years in 2012, finally, 3 MPs, including myself, walked into Parliament as members of the new Jiwaka Province. We are here today to thank the Father of the Nation for keeping his 1972 promise alive to deliver us our dream, Jiwaka Province. Thank you, the Grand Chief, Sir Michael Thomas Somare, for giving Papua New Guinea and Jiwaka Province. I remember sitting with him on the same table when arriving at Grand Papua Hotel from Jiwaka after 2012 elections. Our current Prime Minister, James Marape, and former Prime Minister Peter O'Neill met me at the lift gates, walked me to the conference room. In the next minute, I was seated at a table. Our late Grand Chief, Sir Michael Somare, was sitting. Few minutes in, he shook my hands, looked me in the eyes, and he said, "It is a promise I lived with for a long time, and I am now happy you are finally here to represent your people of Jiwaka. Look after them well." I had the opportunity to thank and acknowledge late Sir Michael Thomas Somare and others, leaders of Ella Province, Honorable James Marape, late Anderson Aigiru, leaders of Jiwaka, for parts they played to make what my people call themselves Jiwaka Province, and also extend my thanks to others who were present at that time, Honorable William Duma, the member from Agen, and others who stood up to deliver Jiwaka Province. I had the opportunity to meet him finally in 2017, on his last day on the floor of Parliament. He again, in a very brief statement, said to me, "Look out in Jiwaka good." Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare, we the people of Jiwaka will forever remember you for living up to your promise of 40 years and delivering Jiwaka Province. Good night, thank you. May your soul rest in peace.
Thank you, Governor. Before you take your seat, Honorable Governor, we may ask you to lay our Jiwaka wreath here at the table. Honorable Governor, if we may ask you to lay our wreath here at the table on behalf of the people of Jiwaka. May we all stand up, please. Thank you. You may be seated. Honorable Prime Minister, the Governor of East Pacific, Honorable Alan Bird, that brings us to the end of our stories, the stories of Jiwaka with the late Honorable Grand Chief. If Jiwaka was here close to NCD, we would have covered the whole morning area. But our Jiwakans here in Moresby, with the leadership of our Deputy Secretary, Mr. Michael Kumung of National Planning, organized the Jiwakans here. So thank you very much, all the Jiwakans residing in Port Moresby. Thank you very much for a very well-organized funeral. I think we put our hands together for ourselves and for the committees and everybody that organized our state funeral tonight. I take this privilege on behalf of the Governor, Dr. William Tongam, and Honorable Member for North Wagi, Dr. Fabian Pork, to announce on behalf of the provincial government and all our open members and the people of Jiwaka that Jiwaka Province is contributing 500,000 towards the funeral and other expenses for the late Grand Chief. As well, our Honorable Governor and Member for North Wagi, Dr. Pork, have plans that Jiwaka, there will be a Jiwaka team visiting Honorable Governor Alan Bird in Wewak when you have your provincial house cry. With that, ladies and gentlemen, all the guests, that brings us to the end of the Jiwaka morning session with the Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea and the Governor of East Pacific, Alan Bird. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for attending.
Many thanks indeed to Mr. Michael Wandil, our moderator for the Jiwaka segment. As we wind down the program, we will now have closing remarks from the Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, Chief Mourner for the National House Krai, Honourable James Marape.
All right, thank you, Malcolm, and let me thank also Administrator Michael Wandel for moderating in the Jiwaka segment tonight. I just thought I'll step up to sincerely thank the people of Jiwaka, led by Governor Dr. William Tongap, member for North Wagi, all former members, all leaders present here, from the elders down to the youngest mourner amongst us. Me clear, you wait little outside. Now me talk sorry through. Kesi mouse flow me block the line stop inside, lo you wait long time outside. Is our you missed up last cry na. Taiwan blaman holy microphone, I like talk, make him pass in sorry expression. Hard me talk stop him holy microphone na enough. So all Jiwaka, thank you very much for patience. Na understanding people. One kind of say people wait long time lo kisim Jiwaka Province. I'm all right now. One blood night also make him respect long. Senior man me, papa man me. In all got time ever die. I'm living one blood life. I stop come now me die at night and me talk thank you long all Jiwaka. Long here, all Jiwaka long place. People make him mouse, people come stop now you may pay him respect where me deserve him. The least we can do is to sit in this manner. Come, punari my wara, out in Bell, sorry, and from all the testimonies, now you all get all boys, girls, man, Mary, boy, girl, papa, mama, you plan to talk to, but the fact that you gotta come stop one time, you play inside, he saw him also in belly, sorry, you may gotta cry one time, I sorry one time, share him tears one time, all people belong. ECPIC, the SOMARE families, and the rest of the country. Tomorrow night, by me got online blow Helena Jiwaka, I beg your pardon, Helena Western Highlands will come. Tomorrow night, all Moroben and Medeng. Wednesday night, all East and West Civic. Tester night. After tester by a big Bunglong Parliament. Parliament will be recalled. And the three arms of government, and the head of state, one place in on casket long late Grand Chief by stop in Parliament, and we pay him respect to Parliament on behalf of the country one last time. And in the evening, by me hold him House Krai again here, where leaders, all in the talk to Parliament can come express him House Krai. Friday night, all Council of Churches, all our Christian churches in our country will come and express their sympathy. And on Saturday night, by me make him symbolic release of body along all governor along ECPIC and family, and they will give us one blood token or one blood lap token or close token, sandal token. One blood holding back layer, we will unveil him what will become his monument and his memorial by Sanabantap along Independence Hill, and that exchange will take place on Saturday evening in preparation for body to leave Port Moresby for the final time along Sunday morning. So, Mithok, thank you to us, the country, for tuning in. Let's keep on respecting that we are in mourning period. Tone him down all activities, so as you go walk tomorrow. No can unnecessary smile, laughter. We are in mourning, and the person you may saw him coming up today, he befitting of respect to the greatest chief, greatest prime minister, greatest politician ever lived in our country, and I don't think will be repeated into the future. Thank you very much. God bless each and every one of you. God bless Papua New Guinea. God bless Jiwaka. God bless Western Highlands again for tonight. Thank you.
Sincere thanks on those closing remarks by the Honorable James Marape, Prime Minister and Chief Mourner for the National House Cry program. In closing, let me please call up to the podium to close with a word of prayer from the Evangelical Bible Church of Papua New Guinea, Deacon Kaime Kipi.
Let us all come before His presence in prayer. Our Father and our God, we thank You for Your love, tender mercies that never ceases. They are new every morning. Father, we thank You for the gift of life. Tonight, Father, we come before Your presence with a heart that is heavy and burdened because You have called home a father figure in this country. Father, we thank You for Your word in Psalms. It says, Psalm 68, verse 5, God, You will be the father to the fatherless, the defender of the widows. Father, we pray that Your grace and Your peace that transcends all understanding will keep us, the immediate family of the late Sir Michael Thomas Somare, the people of Isipik, this country, our national leaders, the Prime Minister, the ministers, and every member of parliaments. We pray, O God, that Your peace will continue to guide them and lead them. Father, we thank You for the past days. You've given us good time in this morning period, and we ask that You will continue to guide us, keep us, that we will remember and celebrate the life of a great leader that You have raised in this country. Father, we thank You tonight as we depart from this place, Your traveling mercies and Your care and protection to go with us. Father, we offer this prayer in the name of Jesus, our Lord and Savior. Amen.
Nana rawapume, nana rawalyo rambu, nana nemandu, timba tambo, independence ra, wiya hawa, nana ngrurai, independence ra, pawani nugwe, ECP pawani gini Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare, timba ne.
Long 1975, you may be kissing independence. You know got blue teacup sight. You me kissing freedom. Oh, you papa, you born in tribes of tribes. Kind culture, na talk less. Oh, you take manturu. You bring him like the come along PNG. Name on you, but it's the blood.
Many thanks to Civic Collectives for their tribute song entitled Simanguan, thereby bringing this evening's proceedings to a close. Many thanks, sincerest thanks going out to the people of Jiwaka your patience, your commitment to this event, your time of standing with us in sorrow. With that being said, to you and other people of Papua New Guinea and throughout the world on our different streaming platforms and also on our broadcast being carried out this evening. On the 7th day, and we haven't showed signs of slowing down with tributes and words coming in to honor this great man. Tomorrow we see another province that took the first step with Jiwaka as well in 2012. We see the Hilla Province with Southern Highlands coming in tomorrow to pay their respects and tributes to our late Grand Chief. With that being said, have a top, safe evening, a safe journey home, and keep honoring our Grand Chief's legacy. Good night and God bless.